Okay, so we are live with the 4 for 4 NFL draft party, which is super exciting.
Woo.
Thank you anyone who's already here early. I'm going to find the link so I can send it out to somebody, but I don't know where that link is at the moment. So we'll see what happens. Sal said it would show up just immediately. So let's see here.
It's on the 4for4 Twitter.
Oh, good.
The link just went out. It's a Periscope TV link.
Periscope. Okay, should be a YouTube link as well, I think.
We are here. Party.
Yeah, while I try to find this, John, how scared are you as a Packers fan with all the rumors? It's been a day. It's been a day,
and now it's seems like it's trending towards something may happen with the Broncos. And this is the biggest own goal I've ever seen a franchise do in a year's time, to take your Hall of Fame quarterback, draft another quarterback in the first round, trade up to draft him, and just assuming that your Hall of Fame quarterback would be fine with that. And then he goes on to have an MVP season, which may or may not have anything to do with the fact that you drafted a quarterback. I mean, obviously he's pissed off and had a great season, but MVP caliber season, probably the team is a little short at receiver in that game against the Broncos. Maybe a T. Higgins might have helped you, who was available in the first round. And now suddenly today, Rodgers reveals that he's completely pissed off and wants to leave the franchise, and you're getting forced on draft day into a Sonny Weaver type trade with apparently the Broncos. We'll see what they get for him, and this is like a great off ramp for me to go from being a longtime Packer fan to just having no team at all, because this is just disastrous. Like, what is the point? What are you trying to do? The idea behind all this is to win a Super Bowl, and you're taking your twilight years for your Hall of Famer, and you're burning it up with a first round draft pick of another quarterback. Now, yes, they drafted Aaron Rodgers when Brett Favre was still on the roster, but Brett Favre talked openly about retiring soon, leading up to that, and Rodgers has never.
Not to interrupt you, it was also a little different at that time because Aaron Rodgers fell to them. Like, it wasn't, they didn't walk into that draft with any kind of ideas of going after a quarterback. They walked into that draft saying, oh my gosh, Aaron Rodgers was in contention for the number 1 pick, and now he's sitting here in the 20s. We got to take him. Like, this time they moved up for Jordan Love.
They didn't trade up for him. And, as I said, Favre was talking about retirement at that point. So why not draft his eventual replacement? Now, Favre stuck around, but that's on him. I mean, he was talking about retirement. So if this is how it goes down, and you trade away the last year's MVP when your team has been 1 game away from the Super Bowl back-to-back seasons, this is the biggest own goal I've ever witnessed in whatever 40 years of being an NFL fan.
Yeah, now we got the NFL draft starting, and it's starting to turn into a Jake Paul fight. We've got concerts. We've got narration by Kid Cudi. Like, what? They're really playing to the new clientele and these younger kids, and just throwing everything at the wall that they've seen stick on YouTube and seeing what works.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't have, like, I don't know, like MKG or MGK. Or I don't know I don't even know who's from Cleveland anymore. Everybody wants to be, I don't know,
somewhere else.
Yeah.
All right. So who's drafting first here? The Jaguars? Who are they going to take?
I think it's gotta be Alex Smith, right? Recently retired, now available. First person ever to go number 1 overall twice in a career. I think it's bound to happen. I think that's gotta happen.
Makes sense given everything else going on with Rodgers,
Well, I think Jacksonville's going to go Penei Sewell. You got to protect Tim Tebow, right?
Yeah. That's right.
You got Tebow in the fold.
They say he might play tight end, but yeah, they brought him in. Urban Meyer apparently is excited to bring his guys back in. That always works out when college coaches come into the NFL and they bring all their fringe NFL players with them, right? Always.
Yeah, I think at least a few Ohio Stadians are going to be drafted by Urban Meyer here. come day 2, day 3. And, I think he's also going to have a slight bias towards Big Ten products. They're said to be infatuated with Pat Freiermuth, who likely could go there in the second round as a tight end. And the Jaguars have been one of the most linked teams to him. Give Trevor Lawrence a weapon at that tight end position to grow with. This has been one of the 4 longest conclusions there's been at the quarterback position in terms of who's going first overall. If it's not Trevor Lawrence,
Urban Meyer goes Ohio State and takes Justin Fields number 1 overall.
I mean, that got no play. It got no play. Like, just because he's that clean of a prospect, like, it just never got any play. That, it could be Justin Fields here, just with his back with his college coach. It got no play because that's how good of a prospect he is.
It's funny. This is the first time I remember in a long time where nobody's even tried to manufacture some sort of conflicting opinions on who should go number 1. I mean, you see a little on the fringes, like, I know I'm out here, but Zach Wilson's better than Trevor Lawrence, but I don't see any kind of inkling of anything that the Jags are going to go another direction. So it's got to be Trevor Lawrence.
I think this has been the first, I think it's only been really since 2017. I think this is the first time there's been a consensus number 1 since 17 when Garrett was the consensus number 1. I mean, as from what I remember, 2017, Garrett was the top player. Bottom line, from what I remember.
Yeah, I think so too. And the last time it was consensus quarterback was probably 2012, because in 2000 with Andrew Luck, because 2015, Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota, there was that debate. 2016, Goff and Wentz.
17 and then 17. I mean, you had Watson, you had Mahomes. I don't know who else.
We're getting right into this. You're going straight to the Trubisky trade up.
There you go. That's right. There you go.
This is what we're doing. I thought we were starting off the show as friends, and this is where you're going.
I'm sorry, Anthony.
I chose violence today.
I will say, Anthony, my favorite quarterback. I won't say my number 1 over Lawrence or anything like that, but my favorite prospect that's going to go later is Kellen Mond, and he's been linked to the Bears, so I might become a Bears fan just to root for Kellen Mond.
Yeah, we'll see what they do today before getting too deep into the second batch of quarterbacks, no matter how much Sal's going to want Davis Mills to go here at the end of the first round.
So just for context, I pulled some numbers on first-round quarterbacks. We're going to have quite a few here, I think, in the first 5-7 picks. And there were 8 quarterbacks since 2010 that have been drafted in the first round inside the first 7 picks and have played at least 14 games, started at least 14 games. They've averaged 3,877 yards, 21.4 touchdowns, 13.3 interceptions, rushed for an average of 372 yards, although you have a pretty wide disparity there between Robert Griffin and Cam Newton and somebody like Sam Bradford. And, finishing with 18.0 fantasy points per game. So those are the types of expectations that fantasy owners should have with a rookie quarterback that's being drafted this early. There's going to be a wide disparity, between the floor and the ceiling in that, because you did have, Cam Newton scoring 23.1, and then a bunch of guys scoring less than 17 or less. So you do expect these guys though to play quite a bit early on.
And a lot of these guys are those running type quarterbacks too. Like Trevor Lawrence isn't a statue, and Zach Wilson could run. Justin Fields obviously can run. Davis Mills is probably the most statuesque quarterback. Mac Jones, statuesque kind of quarterback. But these guys can run.
Yeah, Mac Jones is the one in the top 5, whatever, that you usually see that doesn't really run too much. But everybody else has got that Konami code that everybody's looking for these days.
Yeah, Mac Jones in his career has 0 rushing yards on designed run plays. I don't think that's good.
I'm shocked they looked at him and they didn't think, oh, running threat, let's do a lot of rollouts for him. That's what I want. So Mac's kind of got that Tom Brady mobility, like not somebody who you want running straight line, but you see him in that pocket. He makes those little subtle foot movements and can buy time and kind of make space in the pocket for him. He's got kind of that Tom Brady mobility that works out.
Yeah, movement in the pocket is something that's very desirable, and it's probably one of those topics that get talked about the least. But it's definitely something you want. There's nothing wrong with being able to move in the pocket at all. Like, you can escape in the pocket and still make a throw. You don't have to run outside the tackles in order to be successful. And we've seen that with a lot of guys. And some of the most successful passers, in NFL history, have just had pocket movement and pocket awareness.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Underdog promo code there scrolling at the bottom. I'm looking forward to getting on Underdog and doing some best ball drafts because they've been shut down a little bit, not shut down, but they've been, limiting their drafts lately as it comes up to the draft to make sure that everything can finish as far as their slow drafts go. But I love Underdog. I played a ton last year. I'm excited about the promo code, and I'm excited to get started to draft these rookies now that we actually find out where they're going to go. Anybody have any thoughts on rookies that you think might really jump after today in those best ball formats? Somebody that you think, based on landing spot, you're kind of expecting them to go from, okay, he's a third rounder now, he's going to be a second rounder. He's a late round pick, he's going to, become fantasy relevant. Anyone you're thinking of?
Today, I don't think there's going to be a huge jump. I do think, guys like Najee Harris and Travis Etienne are being drafted in the right range for right now. And I do think if they go day one today, they're going to go to a team like the Jets, like the Steelers, like the Bills, where they do have a big opportunity to eat up, workhorse like carries. So I definitely like their projections if they go to any one of those teams. I know there's also Miami looming in the second round. The Jets got another high pick there in the second round. So those top running backs feel like they're all being drafted in the right spot. I don't know if they're going to see much of a jump. But I guess a guy like Trey Sermon, if he ends up in the right spot late in the draft process, he pretty much ended up as a pretty near consensus RB4. So if he lands in a right spot, I think he could be one who has a few round jump in ADP.
Sure, absolutely. Mike, how's the defensive draft this year? Like last year, it was a really good defensive draft. I felt like you had some strong pass rushers. This year, I feel like it's all the glam is on the offense. And so I'm just curious what you think of the defensive prowess in this draft. Is it a good defensive draft?
I really like the IDPs coming out. I really like the linebacker class even more than last year's. So if you missed out on the guys like Patrick Queen or Kenneth Murray last year, there's probably 5 or 6 guys that you could target this year at the linebacker position that I have a feeling their landing spot will just shoot them through the roof. I think last year there was only one linebacker who finished in the top 20 in most balanced tackle heavy scoring. That was Queen. Mm-hmm. I mean, depending on landing spot, you have at least 3 or 4 that could be top 20, top 15, I think, in terms of projections. So from an edge standpoint, there's no Chase Young, there's no Myles Garrett in this draft. But there's a lot of good players who, if they develop, can be elite. So I think you can wait on the edge, and even in the safety class, I think you can get some really good value 3rd, 4th round in your rookie draft from the safety position, because you got a lot of guys who there's probably about 4 or 5 guys you can target that'll play kind of all around, that are that multifaceted. They can play the slot and they can play up in the box. So I like the class this year. I really like it. It was one of the more fun classes that I've watched and dissected a bit. So the linebackers especially, I really like a lot of the linebackers.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see a few go off the board today, which will be exciting, and then a lot more probably tomorrow. Anyone you're really eager to find out where they land?
I think I planted my flag on Zaven Collins, so he's going to be the one that I think if he goes top 10, top 15, if he lands in Miami or Philly or Carolina or the Raiders, or I think he can really land anywhere, and he's just going to start playing. So he's one of the guys I really liked. And then Nick Bolton, I just kind of gave him a quick rewatch. He had an amazing play at the goal line where this guy thought, I don't remember the team, but it was basically at the goal line. guy thought he had a free shot at the end zone and boom, popped him for a 2-yard loss. So Bolton, I think, is going to be one of those sleepers that I think if he lands if he gets in a good spot, he has a really good chance to produce and be a 3-down guy. But Zaven Collins, if he or Cormo landing clean, I'd be pretty stoked with that.
I love Cormo. I'd be stoked to see him land in Cleveland, somewhere where he can come in immediately and take a big step. Would absolutely love that. Do you have any corners? The corners right now, I know corners aren't really a big IDP thing, but Patrick Surtain from Alabama, Caleb Farley out there, Greg Newsome. Which one is the top of your board as far as talent is concerned?
You know what? I'll be honest. It's such a volatile and just that I don't really not pay attention to, but it's, you could pretty much draft one of those top guys and, just kind of stream them in and plug them in. They're still going to get targeted. There's always rookie corners are going to get targeted more. I'm like, they'll get targeted their fair share. They don't get targeted any more, any less than really anybody else. I mean, if they're playing alongside a shutdown corner, yeah. So that'll certainly play into that, but you just basically want them to start. And if they start, then you'll be in good shape.
Sure, absolutely. Hi, Alex. Alex Gelhar, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you.
Happy to be here, guys. Thanks for pulling me in right away. I thought I wasn't supposed to come on for a few minutes, but, I'm wearing some green and gold, so maybe you wanted to get me in to get my measure on all this Packers Aaron Rodgers madness.
I did. And if you want to back away, then I completely understand. But I did want to get you and John to commiserate on camera, since I know we've got the two Packers fans. We already talked to John a little bit about how he's feeling. How's your mood going into this before we get that first pick official?
I'm at this point, I'm kind of indifferent. I just want to see what happens. I think the Packers made this bed for themselves, and they kind of have to deal with the repercussions now. And I think I'm a big fan of player empowerment, so I understand why Rodgers feels the way he does. He was had the team close to a Super Bowl, and then they went out and spent the first 3 picks in the next draft on really no players to help the immediate here and now. So it's definitely messy. I think it's very different from the Favre situation. We can talk about that if we want to as well. But at this point, I'm not really upset. I'm not really too anxious. I may, pour a glass of bourbon if Aaron Rodgers does leave the Packers tonight and think about the good old days. But I just kind of want to see what happens and pick up the pieces from the fallout there.
Sure, absolutely. So Trevor Lawrence is off the board, it looks like. Not a big shock in Jacksonville. John, I wanted to ask you, I know you talked about the success rate of rookie quarterbacks in general. A lot of people going into this draft, I heard mention that they really hate the Jaguars for a rookie landing spot. I don't really feel that way. How do you feel about the landing spot and a rookie quarterback going in and being able to find any kind of success there?
I don't think it's a bad spot, really. They have some good receivers, DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault. They added Marvin Jones as a free agent, and they've been trying to address the tight end position and have been so far fairly unsuccessful. So maybe they'll do something with that in this draft. But you got Chark, you got Shenault, you got Jones. That's not a bad trio to throw to, and James Robinson can catch passes as well. So I don't think it's really a particularly bad spot for a rookie.
Okay. I kind of feel the same way. I don't think the line is that bad. Anthony, what do you think of Lawrence as a prospect, as well as, of course, his landing spot?
I mean, he's the cleanest prospect since Andrew Luck. He's also got 6'6" height. The only thing you could say about him is he's a little bit lean. He's on the skinnier side, but the knocks on him are like, how many long hair quarterbacks do you know that have won Super Bowls? Like that's basically it. Like, you're not really talking about anything of substance when you talk about knocks on Trevor Lawrence. I mean, he's athletic. He's got a good arm. He makes great throws on seams and corners. Everything you look for from a quarterback, Trevor Lawrence brings that to you. The only other thing is he doesn't really say he has a giant chip on his shoulder, and his competitive fire is being questioned. But, if that would have happened with any other prospect, that would have been blown up. And we heard about it for about 3 hours in a midday Twitter, blowover.
I don't know. I think I guess I'm worried about his landing spot. Jacksonville doesn't have a very good track record, and that was an interesting question. I think who wins a Super Bowl? I think who's the first rookie quarterback to win a Super Bowl? And I'm like, it's probably got to be whoever goes to San Francisco, because I don't think Jacksonville is really anywhere close. Even unless Lawrence turns out to be the generational quarterback that turns it around. That's just me. I think he still should be good, but it's a rough go in Jacksonville.
The history is definitely not on the side with the Blaine Gabbert and Blake Bortles. Definitely not a good history for rookie quarterbacks there. I just think the line's not terrible if it ever gets fully healthy. And John mentioned that it's got some pretty good weapons. So, when you're looking at quarterbacks going number one and what kind of position they can land in, I feel like this Jacksonville team is not the worst place you could see them going. But I'm not sure. So, Alex, I haven't gotten to talk to you about any of these draft prospects. Do you have any opinions on Trevor Lawrence?
Well, I was going to say, I think in the case with Trevor Lawrence, you look at the history, but the situations are always so different with the history of those guys. And oftentimes, the history of a team is bad until they get the right prospect. Like the Browns had a lot of bad history with drafting rookie quarterbacks for fantasy and real NFL. And then they got Baker Mayfield, and he, lit it on fire there once he got in the starting chair. I think Lawrence has all the tools. I think they've got some weapons, and working for him, their defense is not that great. So he may have to, kind of like Burrow did early last year, get into some shootouts. And from a fantasy perspective, he's got a few weapons. And if he's going to have the volume of having to chuck that ball 35, 40 times a game as a rookie, and he's a mobile guy, he's athletic, that's going to add up to some fantasy points. So it's obviously very early, and we got to see what else they do in the draft and stuff. But I wouldn't hate taking a stab at Lawrence as a later round upside guy.
Yeah, especially since he is going to be available later round, which is a good thing.
I think I don't have rookies in our rest of the season rankings, but our number 2 early rankings just yet. But I kind of feel like he's similar to what Burrow was last year. So a high end QB2 potential, similar type weapons, probably throwing the ball a lot. So you're looking, Matt Ryan area. Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield. That's my 14 through 17 right now. I kind of feel like he would slide in there somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like that makes a lot of sense. And, you talk about the protection in front of him. They've got a number of, high draft pick assets in front of him on the offensive line. They've definitely made a commitment in those trenches. Then on defense, they've spent a lot of picks in the last couple of years on defense, and they've got some guys from Josh Allen. K'Lavon Chaisson didn't have a great year last year, but that's another top 20 pick. They've got a lot of draft capital on that defense. CJ Henderson as well. They got Griffin from Seattle. So they've made what looks to be like some moves that'll make them a little bit more competitive. And just, we've also got a rookie NFL coach, and they typically do bring some things that are exciting and new in their first year when they're being innovative. We've seen it from, the first year for Chip Kelly was, very good. We've seen it from some of these other guys who go from college to the pros and how they try to implement and make their stamp on the NFL.
Yeah, so we've got a question from our friend Sal. What's everyone's wild prediction for a pick tonight? Lots of potential for this. A lot of the rumors go to San Francisco, what they're going to do at number 3. There's tons of rumors about it, and there's lots of speculation. Lots about whether or not we'll get a 6th quarterback this year. There's tons of speculation to go out there. Anyone have a wild prediction that they want to throw out there tonight?
I don't think I'm that plugged in to know for like a true prediction, but I've seen a couple people throw it out there in mock drafts and speculate, and I think it'd be fun to see the Patriots move up and take a quarterback. I would personally, be sick a little bit if they landed like a Justin Fields or something, if he fell and they traded up with the Lions or, Panthers or somebody in that range. But I think that could be a fun prediction to see if they do make a swing, make a move up and get a young quarterback of the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be fun, and a great move for the Lions too. If the Lions drop down there, that would be fun to see them drop down and still get a good receiver or something at 15. I think that would be a blast. Anyone else have a wild prediction that they want to look at?
Well, you'll see me probably not run out, but you'll probably see me very, very upset if Pittsburgh lands Justin Fields.
If he falls, people think one of these quarterbacks may fall and that it might be Justin Fields, and Pittsburgh sitting at 24 is always possible.
Which I still don't get the drop for Fields. I just don't understand it. I thought he was the second best quarterback in the draft. I don't get all of this.
I agree with you. I kind of have him and Zach Wilson as 2A and 2B. That's kind of where I have it. I think Tampa Bay takes a running back at the end of round one. I think that the talent is going to be there. I think the running backs tend to drop. You might see Javonte Williams. You might see Travis Etienne, one of those really good players. And I think Tampa is going to do that and just blow everyone out of the water because people will be wondering what to do with Ronald Jones and Giovanni Bernard and, of course, Leonard Fournette. And it'll just make chaos happen, which makes me excited. So that's my wild prediction for this evening.
So you want to see Twitter burn.
I want to see Twitter burn it all. I also want all the running backs to go to Tampa and Houston so I can just ignore everybody at those teams. That's what I want to happen. That's my goal for this off season to finalize. Any wild prediction, Anthony?
I've been on that New England trading up for a quarterback train. It's been pretty much one of my locked-in things. I do think we're going to get two running backs that go here in the first round. Unless Tampa's reaching up for Javonte in with that 32nd pick, I think they're going to be too late. Plus, I think that's a crowded backfield, and at least temporarily, for a year between Fournette and Gio Bernard and Ronald Jones, you've got a pretty good trifecta of backs that that's definitely not a spot I would go. I just prefer to keep building through the trenches and the edges. Let's build up some depth there, but we'll see what happens. I think I'm starting to think that no matter how much I don't think the Giants are going to take another wide receiver, already having Sterling Shepard, already having Kenny Galladay, Evan Ingram, you've got Darius Slayton, you've got Saquon Barkley. If you name the starting lineup, it's skill position like a basketball team. Those guys are going to be up there as athletic as anybody. But I think they might still be in the running for a Devonta Smith or a Jalen Waddle. And it makes absolutely no sense to me, but Gettleman never has.
That's true. Gettleman never has.
I saw that theorized a couple times too, and I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I was like, they're going to spend this high draft pick to fill or add to a position they absolutely have no need at currently? Just doesn't make sense. But like you said, Gettleman's going to Gettleman, so.
And they added John Ross, too. Like, it's not like they don't have a fourth receiver who could at least take the top off a defense if something were to happen to one of these guys.
It's not as if there's no precedent of a team taking a position where they are totally stacked in the first round.
We're going back to this?
Gutenkist and Gettleman can join, form a club. And unnecessary draft picks. I think the Giants probably. A receiver makes more sense than a quarterback in the first round for the Packers last year. So I'm fuming right now. I'm trying to keep it together, but the pick's in. So wow, I'm excited about that. They finally made a pick.
I know we've been talking about it. We knew it was going to be this.
It's a surprise. Trevor Lawrence. Wow, number one. All right.
1 for 1 in my mock draft. Woo!
I just wanted to get the draft going. Like, let's get to number 2 and 3 and 4 and let's see what happens here. I don't know why the Jaguars are taking 10 minutes to turn in their card.
Maybe they're trying to throw out a deal for Aaron Rodgers too. You never know.
That's true.
I tend to think that in general, these teams probably sit on the phone, just to field trade offers. Just somebody's probably fielding trade offers. Plus, I think Roger Goodell probably has to take his time to find out who he's gonna, where he's gonna give him a kiss, because supposedly hugs and kisses are allowed this year. Despite COVID, so Goodell has to think about these things. It's very, very important.
They got to milk the draft for all the ad dollars they can. They lost money last year on that, and have to drag this out as long as possible.
Have to do that. Anthony, Dustin Pritchard asks, any chance Jalen Waddle is the first wide receiver drafted out of Alabama? And what's the latest we can see Fields falling? We talked about Fields maybe falling all the way to Pittsburgh, but let's talk about Waddle. He's speed. They say speed kills, so Waddle must be a serial killer because that's all he's got. He's got a tremendous amount of speed. Anthony, you think he's the first one off the board?
Well, no. I mean, it's going to be Jamar Chase. And it depending on how strict you are about position and position versatility, it's going to be Kyle Pitts before him. Because the guys that Jamar Chase is flat out special. Like, you add him up as a prospect, you look at athleticism, he's got that. You add up his production score, he's got that. You look at his BMI, he's got that. He just checks every box there is. His closest athletic comp is basically Odell Beckham. He can run. He can run after the catch. He makes separation before the catch. He can also make separation by himself and go up and get it. Everything you want in a wide receiver prospect, you can get from Jamar Chase. Jalen Waddle, excellent prospect in his own right, but he is that smaller stature. He does have a little bit of history of injuries. He doesn't have a breakout season under his belt at the collegiate level. Whatever your thoughts are on collegiate breakouts, he also did have probably the best teammate score of all time with the guys that have been around him. But he's also had great quarterback play and a great system, and they've put him in great positions to succeed. They've used him in the screen game. You've seen his athleticism as a punt and kick returner. No matter how you get Jalen Waddle the ball, he always seems to make a big play. His average touchdown length for his career at Alabama is 44 yards. He's just a big play waiting to happen. I don't really see him overtaking Chase here. So if you're placing any bets there, that just seems like money you're donating to the book to me. But he's still a damn good player, and I expect him to go in the top 10 of this draft.
Which makes sense. And Justin Fields, there are rumors about Carolina being interested in him if he does land at number 8, if he is still sitting there. I know Carolina probably, with Sam Darnold now in the fold, probably doesn't see quarterback as a must-get in the first round this year. But if a talent like Justin Fields is there, I think there's worse things they could do than to bring in a second quarterback on a rookie contract, since they don't have a for sure long-term answer at the position, I don't think. So that makes perfect sense to me. Jalen Waddle, I love Jalen Waddle. I love that he has like 9 gears. Like, I think if you gave him a runway and he never ran out of space to run, eventually he'd just keep gaining speed and eventually just break the sound barrier, because he just never seems to slow down the entire way he goes. But I agree with you, Anthony. I think Jamar Chase is a special prospect in this draft. I just don't see anyone taking him over that. Anthony has Jamar Chase going number 5 to the Cincinnati Bengals, has the Dolphins taking Waddle at 6. As a Dolphins fan, I'd be excited for the speed, and I'd be really sad that we didn't get Jamar Chase, because that's what I'm hoping happens absolutely this year. John, what do you think of like speedsters when they come into the league as rookies? Do you see them as like boom or bust best ball guys, or somebody like Jalen Waddle? Would he be interesting to you in redraft formats?
Well, I think Henry Ruggs didn't make me any more confident about just pure speed guys after his rookie season. I love that Matt Harmon now at Reception Perception is releasing his reception perception data and write-ups on the rookies and their route running, because I've just found that's a good correlation between guys that he really likes in terms of separation and route running and fantasy points in that following year. He identified Tyreek Hill as not just a speed guy. The year that he was going in the 5th round and ended up finishing, I think, top 5, top 10. He popped in reception perception, that spring prior to all that. So I think for me, it's vacated targets, then looking at whether or not the guy can play. And I'm not the guy who sits there and studies tape, so I take other people's word for it. I also don't think I know more than the front office for these teams that think that they can incorporate these players into their offense. But I think you have to look at the front office as a whole and whether or not they have a history of success or failure at drafting receivers or running backs or whoever, and try to analyze it that way. So I think you have to take each situation independently, and there might be a speed guy that goes to a bad franchise or a bad front office, and you just can't trust the fact that they see something in him that somebody like Matt Harmon or any of the scouts can't.
Sure. Are you saying that the five of us are not the experts in drafting and scouting, John? Because I
don't mean any insult to anyone here. I just my approach to the draft is please tell me when it's over so I can start projecting for the season. I don't get caught up into this player is going to go here or this player is going to go there. I'm on edge tonight for another reason, but I'm happy to be here to talk vacated touches, vacated targets, and all that. And I think the key is right now instant fantasy analysis about where a player lands. Is it good for him? Who's it bad for? What sort of workload are they going to see? And you were asking about touches or running back spots, and just from my vacated touches article, Atlanta has 21.6 vacated touches. They signed Mike Davis, so I'm really keeping an eye on Atlanta. If they don't get a running back early, Mike Davis could be a steal. The Giants were second with 17.1, but Saquon Barkley is the reason for that. Arizona signed James Conner. They were third. The Jets have 14.8 touches per game vacated. They signed Tevin Coleman. Carolina, obviously, with Christian McCaffrey coming back, they were 14.7, but he's going to get all those. Pittsburgh is next up with 12.8 vacated touches. They signed Kalen Ballage, so really keeping an eye. There's a lot of Najee Harris rumors for them. And then Green Bay, 10.9. I think that all goes to A.J. Dillon. So those were the top spots where you're getting into 10-plus touches available up for grabs. And there's only a handful of teams that you really think could draft a running back in the first round without it being a real surprise.
So John, when the Packers take a running back in round one, how does that impact your analysis on their vacated touches?
I might just switch to the NBA and just stop with all this. I think AJ Dillon, to answer your question seriously, I think you have a nice 1-2 punch now with Aaron Jones and AJ Dillon. I think Dillon showed in that one game where he did get a heavy workload. I believe he went over 100 yards. We were talking before the stream started that he's got the best gams of any running back. His legs are amazing. But I think you do have, I did think that they were going to actually let Aaron Jones walk. But the fact that they have a 1-2 punch there with those two, I just look at Dillon, taking over that Jamal Williams role. I think he could catch the ball a little bit better than people give him credit for. But I do think Aaron Jones' passing numbers could increase, receiving numbers could increase. With Dillon taking a few carries off of his plate, and they both could have starter value. I think Dillon is a kind of a dark horse, zero RB candidate this year now that Jones is re-signed.
Yeah. No shock here. The Jets take Zach Wilson, quarterback from BYU, with the big strong arm and the pro day that had everybody talking. Not a shock at all. John, you mentioned Trevor Lawrence would be in that Joe Burrow area from last year, that fringe QB1 area. Do you see Zach Wilson similarly, or would you kind of put him in a different spot based on his landing spot with the Jets?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Jets, so we have a whole different situation here. I do like the Corey Davis signing. Mm-hmm. Crowder is not bad. Denzel Mims is up and coming. They did sign Keelan Cole, so their 1 through 4 is not brutal. But I think that the Jags are a better landing spot. Chris Herndon's still at tight end there. We're still waiting for that breakout from him. It's not a great landing spot for a quarterback, but he will play right away. And I don't see him as maybe a high end QB2 like Lawrence might be. I think he'll be more in the lower end QB2 streaming situation. If everything goes his way, he might be a streamer. But I don't think he's going to be somebody you're going to want to draft as your starter.
Okay. Alex, what's your view on rookie quarterbacks in general? I'm just curious, when you look at a class like this where the quarterbacks are as highly touted as they are you interested? Are you kind of perked up, especially guys that can run like this, or do you kind of prefer the veterans?
I think it depends on how the draft's coming to me. In a lot of situations, I'm typically somebody, if it's just a standard redraft league, who's going to wait on a quarterback. And I like to take my shots on guys, John kind of mentioned Matt Ryan, somebody that intrigues me a little bit this year. Matt Stafford would have intrigued me again had he not gone to the Rams. I think he's going to get a little more pop there now. But sometimes if I'm taking one of those sort of reclamation projects or a quarterback, even like Aaron Rodgers last year, who's kind of tumbled down the typical draft order, I might hedge a little bit and take a later round upside rookie. But some of the guys just fall into much better situations. I mean, if, for instance, if Atlanta were to take Justin Fields, that would be a situation where I'd be a lot more intrigued in him, given the talent around him, his natural ability, or if they took a rookie quarterback in general. I think John kind of hit it on the head with Zach Wilson. I'm going to be a little bit more wait and see with him. I don't like the landing spot as much as Jacksonville. So I think you kind of have to factor in all of those things, both how the draft is coming to you, what the format is, and their landing spot. As Wilson might be a nice like QB3 or QB4 in some sort of best ball leagues, though, because that way you can take his big weeks if he stumbles into some shootouts or play some poor defenses.
Yeah, I like his running ability. I think that with the Jets in that kind of situation, I think Wilson's going to end up having to take off and run quite a bit, although I don't disagree with John's assertion that those targets aren't as bad as they were a year ago. Anthony, this wasn't a shock for you in your mock draft, which is live at 4for4.com right now, and you can go check it out. Anthony had Zach Wilson going to the Jets number 2 overall. What do you think of Zach Wilson as a prospect?
I mean, before we even got too deep into draft season where we knew he was going to be number 2, we talked about Zach Wilson being a perfect fit for San Francisco. We had Robert Saleh and Mike LaFleur coming from San Francisco to run the show over in New York's. Now you've got that sort of same system fit, wide zone quarterback who can play from under center. He can hand the ball off and he can throw on play action. He can throw on the move. So they're going to do a lot of things with bootlegs and try to get him outside of the tackle box to make throws. And that's something he really succeeded at BYU. And he was a vertical threat. That offensive line protected him exceptionally well. I think his offensive line at BYU is probably better than the one he's behind with the Jets. So that has some concerns for me. He had all day to throw, but man, you look at the characteristics of Zach Wilson and you see the big arm and the ability to throw off platform, and it gives you some vibes of these quarterbacks that are being successful at the NFL level. So you've got to love that aspect. It seems like he's got more moxie than Sam Darnold had, and he's got more of that charisma that seemed to play in New York. So I like that, and I think the fit just works. And we talked about the weaponry being, Corey Davis probably steps into being the wide receiver 1 for that team, but maybe he's just a wide receiver 2 and they're still missing a 1, but it's still much improved over last season. But the system should be set up for him to be successful, because they're going to do a lot of play action. They're going to, Kyle Shanahan has more free runners in the defensive backfield than anybody else. They get the ball out to their playmakers and let them make plays. So Zach Wilson, is going to be in a good system if Mike LaFleur has learned anything the last few years.
Yeah, that's fantastic analysis. Thank you. I appreciate that, Anthony. And we're going to be joined by James Coe here. Hi, James. Thanks so much for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We had a question earlier, James, just because I'm excited that I know that you're part of the Perception over there, which is a great site and is now worth subscribing to at this moment, now has subscription options that people should check out. We got a lot of questions about Jalen Waddle. Did you do any charting of Jalen Waddle? Or do you have any kind of perceptions about Jalen Waddle?
Yeah, look, Jalen Waddle scored, fabulously in a lot of different metrics. And I want to be clear, okay? It's not my metric. It's Matt Harmon's. I'm just a business
You're along for the ride.
With Matt. Right? Exactly. I'm kind of handling all the dirty stuff in the background, man. But no, and Matt, it's his baby. It's his deal. And of course I have looked at all the data as well. I've, looked at a lot of game tape for some of these guys in addition to that as well. But Jalen Waddle, to me, I think profiles, there have been comps to Tyreek Hill. He's got that speed. Of course, we have to see if he's fully recovered from that injury. But if he is, man, he's an absolutely special player. Well, and I'll tell you what, he's one of the best players that Matt charted in terms of running the 9 route, running the post. He had a 74% success rate running the 9. He had an 80% success rate running the post. So these are the kind of routes that you kind of see from a guy who does have that blazing speed. I'm just looking at the 49ers making their pick, man.
Trey Lance.
And bringing in Trey Lance. And I feel like they did the sensible thing here. Like, come on, Mac Jones. I mean, people hyping up Mac Jones for no reason. I'm getting off
It
track.
should have been Fields and Lance. It should have been Fields, but it had to be one of those two. I don't get
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. Trey Lance just getting selected, quarterback from North Dakota State, to the San Francisco 49ers. It made too much sense for them to go with the high upside athletic quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's offense than to move up to 3 for Mac Jones when Mac may have been there later. So I very much understand that as well. Thanks for taking Waddle. I didn't know what kind of route runner he was, and I trust Matt Harmon's work. I trust the charting that he does for that. He's one of the most interesting minds when it comes to receivers, and he's always kind of early and on board with all these things. Anthony, what do you think of Trey Lance?
I was always hoping that everybody was wrong. I was hoping that everyone who said Mac Jones was going to be the pick was wrong. Like, right. I don't know about you guys, but Twitter won this because we shamed them off of Mac Jones. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that this was our doing, because everybody was like, no, you don't do that. You don't take Mac Jones over Trey Lance or Justin Fields. You just don't do it. You look at the system from which Trey Lance comes from, and they run a lot of 12 personnel. They're going to run some 13 personnel. They're going to run some 31 personnel, and they're going to run a lot of different things. And playing with the fullback is something that Kyle Shanahan wants to do. We've seen Trey Lance do that at North Dakota State. They run a lot of power. They run zone. Right. They run a lot of pro concepts. And he's played from under center, and the fit just looks perfect. And you look at the talent that he has to just run QB power. Besides what he can do inside the system, and then the things he'll be able to do outside of the structure of the play is something that's very, very exciting. I love the pick. This is now, for me, it's going to be hard. Like, Trey Lance is, the front runner for offensive rookie of the year. Like, it's a home run.
So I have a question, and it's an honest question. It might be more maybe on the conspiracy theory. Is Justin Fields just falling because he's an Ohio State quarterback, and there's just this perception of Ohio State quarterbacks, and there's a bias that, when they get to the NFL, they're, maybe they don't play as well, obviously with recently with Dwayne Haskins, and then, just kind of going, is that what's going on? I don't know. I didn't watch every game, but I watched enough, and I watched him play very well against Clemson. He got jacked up in the ribs and came back and played. So there's that, I guess, intangible tough factor, but I saw him play well, and he beat Clemson when Ohio State really, as far as what I remember, didn't have a chance to beat Clemson. So I don't know. Is there a bias against Ohio State quarterbacks?
I think there's a bias against Ohio State quarterbacks. And if you're really going to criticize Justin Fields' game, the one thing you're going to look at is how long he holds on to the football. Mm-hmm. For a guy like Shanahan, he wants a guy who's going to get it out in 2.5 seconds or less. He wants a guy who's going to play point guard and distribute it to these weapons like Kittle, like Ayuk, like Debo. Yeah. So they've got weapons for them to run after the catch, and that's how his system is sort of built. Fields has the 145th release time in the collegiate football last year, so that was his main knock. If you want to say anything else about his game, the one read stuff all seems fabricated. The amount of work he puts in the room seems fabricated, and the other crap's just like that. He has an ego, and I want my quarterback to have an ego.
You have to have it. You have to have a bit of an ego to be a quarterback.
Yeah, and that's probably. I mean, to be honest, Dustin Pritchard just put that's probably a little racially charged. He has an ego stuff,
and the whole work. All of a sudden, the work ethic. I'm like, where is this coming from?
I think maybe if to put on my tinfoil hat for a minute here, it's not so much just a bias against Ohio State QBs, but I feel like every draft cycle we get one of these quarterbacks where the entire football cognoscenti just starts overthinking it. You know, like Lamar the year he was there. And then with Mahomes and Watson, like them tumbling down the board over Trubisky, who is this more traditional guy. Like they just get it in their head that there has to be something wrong with this guy. And I think I'm glad you pointed out, Anthony, that the one read stuff is kind of overblown, because I think it was Orlovsky for ESPN had a really good video about why not only Fields isn't a one read quarterback, but a lot of the times he's holding the ball. It's because his line was protecting him so well, and he was able to go through all his progressions and hit the big play and hit it accurately. You know, if you're getting to your fourth read and you've got the time, you're obviously going to be holding the ball a little longer. So I think I really like Fields. I think he's got everything you want in a quarterback. He's got the arm. He's got the accuracy. He's got the build. He's a bigger guy. You know, I think was measuring in at like 6'3", close to 230. So I think whatever team ends up landing him is going to be a lucky team. And a year from now, the collective football world is going to be kicking themselves like, man, I can't believe people overthought it on Justin Fields. He was the one this year.
I agree. We kind of did it with Jalen Hurts a little bit last year. So
exactly.
Sorry, John.
There's always one.
I just wanted to talk about Trey Lance's situation a little bit. And, you know, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, a strong running game, a good defense. I think you mentioned, Anthony, that he's probably the front runner for offensive rookie of the year. I have a model that I use to project rookie quarterbacks. It just basically gives me a starting point for them based on their college stats. And the interesting thing about Lance was that of the top 5 quarterbacks in this draft, the consensus top 5, the one thing that the model does really well is project rushing yards at the NFL level. And he projects to have the most of this group, 34.5 rushing yards per game. And if he is that sort of player where he's getting an extra passing touchdown as a runner, then fantasy-wise,
Sorry.
He may end up being ahead of.
I don't know. I wasn't expecting that.
Trevor.
I don't know why.
He may end up passing Trevor Lawrence in the rankings due to the situation.
Yeah.
So the Falcons just took Kyle Pitts, the tight end from Florida, and I think that was the reaction we got from some of the people on here. Before we do that, our friend Greg Smith, James, he's asking which receivers in San Francisco are best suited to Lance's skill set. Any thoughts on that? John just kind of went through it, but anything you want to build on?
Well, I think he needs a little bit of a bigger body receiver, and I only say that because I think for me, anyways, accuracy is a little bit of a concern with Trey Lance. And you know, to me, when I watched him play too, I think a big thing for me was just kind of, I think he has the requisite arm strength, but nothing that popped to me, you know. So I just wrote down in terms of my notes, I wrote down unremarkable arm strength. Not bad. It just doesn't pop. You know, like when you watch Zach Wilson throw, you're like, yeah, this boy can throw. You know what I mean? But Trey Lance is not that dude. And I got to be honest with you, man. Like, it's a little bit weird to say, and this is going to sound a little hot takey, but, you know, he's got a lot of Brett Hundley vibes to me. He's this long, lanky kid, can run. He had a great – I mean, listen, Brett Hundley had one incredible season at UCLA and then fell off dramatically, right? So and really hurt his draft stock there. So he kind of sort of gives me these Brett Hundley vibes, other than the fact that every scout seems to really point out the fact that this dude is an absolute film junkie. So I think accuracy to me will be a little bit of a concern. So when I think about receivers to pair up with Trey Lance, and listen, he's going to a great situation anyways. Anthony hit it right on the head. There's so many free runners in the secondary when you're talking about the Niners offense. So I think he'll be more than fine with what they got right there. Ayuk, Deebo, these guys are going to be great. Kittle, obviously, and then some of the running backs out of the backfield. They're going to get some work. I think Trey Lance walks into an amazing system and is in a great situation to really explode.
How confident are we that he starts year one, considering the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo is, as of now, still on the roster? Now, I know Kyle Shanahan, when asked if Garoppolo would be on the roster on Sunday, Shanahan definitely alluded to maybe murdering him.
None of us are going to be alive Sunday, so we're all dead.
I don't know for sure if Kyle Shanahan is interested in murder, but he definitely didn't say he wasn't going to murder him over the weekend. But right now, still on the roster, do you think there's any way Trey Lance doesn't start day one?
I think day one is a much different thing than some point this season. Mike Clay today on Twitter put it out basically that high drafted quarterbacks over the last 10 or so years, they are starting by at some point, typically on average by week 5. So we are going to see Trey Lance at some point this season. Jimmy Garoppolo, whether he's dealing with health or whether he gets traded to the Patriots for a mid-round pick if they don't maybe end up with one of these other quarterbacks. There's options for Garoppolo. I don't think they're set to move him from day one, but I think actually drafting Trey Lance gives them more leverage on Garoppolo because you thought with Mac Jones, he might be able to step in from day one. Most people who have watched Trey Lance have thought he needs a little bit of time, but I'm a guy who's get his feet wet right away with that type of skill set. You just let him do what he does well. You let him run some. You let him, take some of these free deep shots. You give him some easy screens and guys getting yards on that, and you make the game easy for him. So my thought is he's starting at least by the halfway point of the season.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'll buy that. So Falcons draft Kyle Pitts. Let's kind of shift to that. John, you want to give your usual canned rookie tight end discussion?
Yeah, I'll give you the stats of the last 9 first-round tight ends and how they've fared as rookies. 61 targets, 36 receptions for 421 yards, and 3.2 touchdowns. I'm not sure that we should be evaluating Pitts though as a tight end. I think maybe we should look at him as a receiver and what sort of opportunity he might see in this Atlanta offense. And if Julio stays, there's still some vacated targets. There were, let me see here, 7.9 vacated targets from last year. You also have Hayden Hurst seeing 88 targets, I believe. So he could take over some of that role. But Hurst is a solid guy too that they may want to, ease in Pitts into the offense. And they didn't use Jonnu Smith, Arthur. Always want to say Arthur Miller, but it's Arthur Smith. Showing my age here. Arthur Smith, the son of FedEx CEO Fred Smith, who I used to work for FedEx, so there's a connection there. He didn't use Jonnu Smith as much as he should have. Probably.
Tell Fred what's up for me. Be like, what's up, Fred?
Yeah, we're definitely on speaking term. But this is a good spot for him, especially if Julio gets moved or something. I think if Julio stays, you have Ridley, you have Julio as the 1 and 2, flip-flopping which one each game, and then Pitts maybe is rotating in as the third option, and you're starting to get into maybe low tight end 1 territory for him. I wouldn't be as down on him as I am a typical rookie tight end just because of his skill set, and he's probably going to be treated more as a receiver in that offense.
I mean, to go along with that, you also had Russell Gage there in the slot, and he had 109 targets last season. And he, the ability for Kyle Pitts to move around the formation, he's going to play some in the slot. He's going to play some at inline tight end. He's going to play some out wide. So I think he definitely is going to be a half receiver. So, John, what do you think about him matching sort of an Evan Ingram-esque rookie season? Ingram had 115 targets, 64 receptions, 722 yards, and 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, and I think you could go back to Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez for the Patriots, football-wise, with Aaron Hernandez. With what they were able to do. I mean, it's been done before, and if you come in, you get 100 targets as a rookie tight end, you're probably going to produce. It's just the targets haven't been there. Ingram has the most, as you mentioned, 115 targets since 2010. The next highest is Jermaine Gresham, 83, and that's for a first-round rookie tight end. So I think you want to see him 90-plus, 100-plus targets. And he's going really early in drafts. I saw at FFPC, he's going sometimes in the 3rd or 4th round, and I think that's a lot to pay for a rookie tight end, given just the nature of the position. He might struggle to learn the game a little bit at the NFL level, but eventually he's going to be a dominant guy.
Yeah, I just want to throw in
I was going to say in Atlanta's offense too, it's like, where does he fit in? I mean, I think to me, he becomes an instantaneous red zone target, but we're talking about an Atlanta offense that threw to the wide receivers the fourth most in the NFL. So, and it makes sense, right? Like Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, these dudes are going to eat. These dudes are going to get a lot of targets. And I kind of just feel like Kyle Pitts, as great as he is, obviously he's a freak athlete and a freak player. He kind of sort of just needs to get it where he can. I don't really see. I mean, look, the wide receivers saw 395 targets last year. Where does Kyle Pitts fit into that? You know, is he going to see 100 targets? I don't think so. I probably project him somewhere in that 75 to 85 target range.
I mean, I think from a target standpoint, it depends on what they do with Hurst and if he just becomes a bench player and they start Pitts. If they did, then he might take over that entire role. And that's 88 targets right there. And it's not hard to see him taking over some of Gage's role, as Anthony mentioned. But again, this is a rookie tight end, and they just typically don't come in and go on, set the world on fire. It usually takes at least a half a season before they're really getting incorporated in the offense. But he's more of a receiver than he is a tight end, I think.
I was thinking of a comparison here, and it kind of reminds me of when O.J. Howard came in, because he was, similar athletic, kind of break the mold type of tight end. He came into a team with some established wide receiver targets and a tight end ahead of him in Cameron Brate, who's like not the most exciting, exceptional guy, but he's an established NFL tight end. And O.J. Howard, that rookie season, he only put up 39 targets, 26 catches, 432 yards, and 6 TDs. So Pitts is super talented, but there's a lot of people ahead of him in the pecking order. It might be hard for him to get his on a weekly basis.
So we just had a pick. Jamar Chase goes to the Bengals, the receiver out of LSU. Before we get too much into that, we had a question from our friend Greg. Mike, what's your take on the Atlanta defense? Will they give up a lot of points and push pass-heavy scripts for the offense to allow those targets that James and John were talking about?
I as of right now, I think so. It's a very meh defense with not a whole lot of pass rushing ability. Grady Jarrett is really the only threat up on the defensive line. Deion Jones can play, but there's no, other than that, at linebacker, they don't have anybody. And AJ Terrell, Kendall Sheffield, Isaiah Oliver, all very young. There's no more Keanu Neal. There's really no threat to really make plays. I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's going to be anybody who's playing defense or anybody who's playing the Falcons. I think there's definitely going to be, points to be had. Their quarterbacks are going to have a lot of time. Like I said, there's no pass rush. Dante Fowler really dropped off after leaving the Rams. I think you can call that the Aaron Donald effect.
Yeah, amazing what happens when you're not playing next to one of the best defensive tackles ever.
So yeah, I think Atlanta's going to be. I think in the early going projection, yeah, they're going to be a sieve on defense.
So, and talking about Jamar Chase, we talked a little bit about just how special he is earlier on when we were discussing Jalen Waddle. James, what are your takes on Jamar Chase coming from reception perception, just your takes in general on this guy who is probably would have been number one on most people's receiver board even last year, and then coming in this year, and is obviously the first one taken at 5.
I mean, he's kind of the first, outside player since really Jalen Ramsey, where I kind of just looked at him and I'm like, yeah, this guy's potentially Hall of Fame, and I know that's like a lot to throw on a guy who's this young, but unreal athleticism, unbelievable 40 time, vertical, all those metrics. He is just a surefire Pro Bowler if he stays healthy. And there's just, to me, he's the most guaranteed pick in the draft. There's just not a player that I'm just more confident on than Jamar Chase. Now, in regards to reception perception data, of the 12 top wide receiver prospects that Matt Harmon charted on reception perception, Jamar Chase was excellent in a number of metrics, but his best route, according to Matt, was the post. Had a 91% success rate on the post route, had an 84% success rate on the dig. That 91% success rate on that post, that was the best among the 12 of the top, prospects that he had charted. So The guy can do it all. His catch radius is insane. He's got unbelievable athleticism. He's got the body. I mean, come on. Again, a perennial pro bowler in Ja'Marr Chase.
Yeah, what do you think of his fit there, John? And how do you think that affects the other pass catchers there with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd?
Well, fortunately for the Bengals and everybody looking to draft Boyd or Higgins or maybe draft Joe Burrow, is that the Bengals did have 9.0 vacated targets from last year. So there is room for him in this offense. Obviously, that's AJ Green mainly moving on. This is a great for Burrow. I mean, look at who he's throwing to now. He's got Chase. Boyd is a great slot receiver. T. Higgins was one of the best rookie receivers last year. The Packers should have drafted him, right? Instead of Jordan Love. I mean, wouldn't that be great? Anyway, Higgins, Chase, and Boyd, they don't really – I mean, the tight end situation is not great. But so that actually works in their favor, the receivers, because they're probably not going to see a lot of targets going to the tight end. I just wanted to point out my rookie wide receivers going in the first 10 picks since 2010 have averaged 120 targets, 64.7 receptions, 997 yards receiving, and 7.3 touchdowns per season. That's 13.9 fantasy points PPR. You're looking at like low end wide receiver 2 numbers. That's basically where Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool finished last year. So these guys that go early, receivers, they get used.
Alex, I wanted to ask you, the Bengals going receiver here, drafting to a position of strength. We all love Ja'Marr Chase. He's a great prospect, but there's another blue chip prospect at a tackle position, and they've got a quarterback who's coming off a knee injury. Why do you think the Bengals went receiver here, and would you have gone tackle if you were running the Bengals?
I think they probably just thought that Ja'Marr Chase was too good of a guy to pass up, and there's a lot of talk of how tackle and O-line is a deeper position in this draft, so maybe they thought they could get the margin between Chase and who they'd get later, and then Sewell for the tackle and who they could get later was, much greater between Chase and another wide receiver. I think some teams, depending on their coach, can manufacture a little better offensive line production than others. I did see a funny tweet as we were rolling through here. I think it was Ben Valin had tweeted it out where the Bengals could have chosen Sewell and had Joe Burrow standing upright throwing to literally anyone, or choosing Ja'Marr Chase and have Joe Burrow getting sacked with anyone blocking for him. I don't quite think that's the stance here, but the modern day NFL is pretty much all about offense and firepower. So I understand the pick for Chase, and I think they're going to try to fill those gaps on the line later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we've got a question from Tom Sturdivant. Do we see Chase similar to Lamb last year in terms of production, less or better with a healthy Dak? Lamb pretty good last year. Any thoughts, John or James? Any thoughts on what Chase could do in relation to Lamb?
Yeah, I mean, I think he comes in and is going to be fighting for that alpha spot right away. To quote our great friend Matt Harmon, where Chase is perhaps unrivaled in this class's ability to win downfield, he just eats up ground when running vertical routes and consistently earns that sliver of separation needed to draw deep targets. He's great in tight coverage, good after the catch, and he's comparing him to early career Larry Fitzgerald. So certainly you're looking at Lamb. He was kind of behind Cooper and is also dealing with Michael Gallup. I don't know that Chase has that difficult path to alpha targets that maybe Lamb did in Dallas. So I think it's a great spot for him.
Sure, and the pick just came in. Dolphins take wide receiver Jalen Waddle. Before we talk about that, Anthony, didn't get your take on Ja'Marr Chase. Just wanted to hear what you think of him. If you have anything to add to our already sterling presentation of him.
You guys all hit it out the park. I mean, it's just a great pick. The one thing I'll reinforce is the depth of the tackle class in the second round. Tackles, guards, whatever you need on the offensive line, guys are going to be there in the second round. And when there is that meme about the quarterback on his back, we've got to remember that there's 40 snaps in a game. And even the worst tackles aren't allowing the quarterback to be sacked all 40 times. So there's still room for
except Mike Remmers with the Chiefs. That's the only one that.
I mean, even then we had Mahomes like still putting up stats, and Tyreek Hill put up a huge game. So from a fantasy perspective, like you can't not look at that and be excited.
So Jalen Waddle goes to the Dolphins. We already talked about how much we love Jalen Waddle just as a playmaker, a speed demon. Do you think that, suddenly we have a Dolphins team with Will Fuller and Jalen Waddle? Suddenly we have a lot of playmaking ability surrounding second-year quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. Do you think that this might be what we need for Tua to kind of come out of his shell and, start being talked about in the same breath as the Joe Burrows and Justin Herberts of last year? Anyone, really?
I mean, if you don't like the supporting cast that Tua Tagovailoa has, you've got to be a little bit crazy. He's got Will Fuller, is one of the best deep threats when healthy. He's got Jalen Waddle, who's a great player when healthy. Even Devontae Parker has had 1,000-yard seasons. Mike Gesicki there at tight end is one of the more athletic freaks at that position. They've spent a first-round pick at left tackle. They spent a second-round pick at right tackle. They've got high draft picks along the interior of the offensive line. The question is, do they have the right staff in place? Can they develop these sort of open throws that Tua saw in college to guys like Waddle and Smith? Can they show that, and can they scheme some things up and just give them some throws? Because that's where it seemed to be the disconnect last year.
It's to me, it's like I hear what you're saying, but I think the most telling thing to me was when they mic'd up Ryan Fitzpatrick and he told Tua that NFL Open is different than college Open. And I'm sorry, but the bottom line is Tua got badly outplayed by a journeyman quarterback. And to me, it's just kind of like when we're talking about scheming guys open, it's like, bruh, at what point? I mean, like, okay, so then what are we talking about here? Is Tua any good? Because I mean, when we start scheming guys open with all of these weapons that they've got, the number of just pass catchers that he has there is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous how many weapons he has. So I'll tell you what, if he doesn't get it done in the first 6 games, he's toast in my opinion. I don't like, there's not much more else that this guy can get. You know what I mean? As you mentioned, decent offensive line, good pass catching tight end. He's got a trio of wide receivers. I mean, oh my goodness, give that to any quarterback. They should be making plays on the reg. So to me, if Tua's not doing that in the first 6 games, that is a major red flag.
No, I absolutely agree with you. He's got a lot to prove. I think of any quarterback that has something on the line this year, Tua might have the most. They've put all those pieces in position for him to be successful. Now he needs to do it on the field.
I'm just frankly surprised.
Will help him.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I also think a full off season will help him, like a full off season of being there and being the starter and not recovering from a hip injury. That should help him too. So I kind of agree. Those first 6 games, we should see a better Tua, at least a better Tua.
I just wanted to trigger John again and say I'm just shocked that a team added weapons to help their quarterback and didn't draft his replacement in round 1.
Yeah, it's amazing, really, when you think about it. And Tua's not even a Hall of Famer. Like, he's just a guy.
It's crazy,
at this point.
It's crazy.
And they added a weapon for him. I would like to point out with Waddle versus Chase, the targets that were vacated in Miami are a little different. It's 4.2 targets per game. So there just isn't as much room there. That's assuming Gesicki sees the same stuff and Parker sees the same stuff, and we don't think that necessarily is going to happen. You also have Fuller in. So you have 2 kind of bigger, talented receivers coming in to a team that only has 4.2 targets vacated. Somebody's not going to produce, and it's probably going to be somebody like Parker or Gesicki, or maybe even Waddle is not going to be a high target guy. He's going to be a 4 to 6 target player potentially, and that's going to result in a lot lower fantasy outcome than somebody like Chase, who has a bigger role in store for him in Cincy.
And John, not only are there not a lot of targets vacated, there's just not a lot of targets, period. Right? I mean, Miami was a team that was the seventh fewest targets to wide receivers, just 277 targets to wide receivers last year. Does that change? I don't know. I mean, if the defense holds up like it's anticipated to do, they've got two great cornerbacks. Could be still low-scoring games. It seems like the defensive mind of Brian Flores is happy to keep it on the ground as well. There's just not a lot of targets there, especially at the wide receiver position. So all those guys that they've got, I mean, it's kind of like you like the ingredients. I don't necessarily know if it's going to translate to fantasy success for any one of those guys. I think Will Fuller's going to be boom or bust like he has been previously in his career. Jalen Waddle is off the radar for me from a fantasy perspective, and Devontae Parker too. His stock just goes way down.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if is this an indicator like the Bills perhaps that they're going to throw the ball a lot more than they did last year, or is it they're trying to just get him some help and kind of keep the same run pass identity that they've had this last year, or like as I mentioned, like the Bills went from being fairly run heavy to suddenly throwing the ball constantly once they got Diggs, John Brown, Cole Beasley. They added Diggs and Beasley and really wrapped up the passing attempts, and that was kind of foreshadowed by what they did in the offseason.
Right.
The same thing might happen with the Dolphins. They might go more pass heavy. Certainly adding Fuller and drafting a receiver this early is an indicator that they want to throw the ball.
And I think they saw the lack of availability from Devontae Parker last year. They saw the injuries. They saw the history of that. And they said, we have to get this guy some help and put him in a position to succeed. As a Dolphins fan, I'm excited about the electrifying talent that Jalen Waddle is. I would have liked to see Penei Sewell there just because I like the big tackle. That's kind of my thing. If I could do the 2007 draft, I would take Joe Thomas over Calvin Johnson, even in retrospect. It's just who I am as a person. But Jalen Waddle should be exciting there. I think at least what they're saying is, Tua, we're going to provide you weapons to air it out, and we'll see if that makes it. We'll see if you can make it happen. So we'll see what happens. Now, the Lions did just take Penei Sewell, the tackle from Oregon. Most people had kind of your blue chip talent outside the quarterbacks, had Penei Sewell, Kyle Pitts, and Jamar Chase in that category. So it's kind of the last of those blue chippers off the board. I will say, Anthony, your mock, man, you're chalk right now. Like, this is the first time you were projecting a trade up here, but top 6 picks, you were completely chalk, Anthony. You nailed the top 6 picks.
Well, no, I missed Mac Jones.
Oh, did you get Mac Jones? I'm sorry. I thought you said Trey Lance at 3.
I mean, okay. The things I want to happen and things I thought were going to happen in the NFL draft are very different. But, we get Penei Sewell here. You've got Taylor Decker at left tackle. So is he going to battle for that position? Is he going to move over a former Oregon Duck and Terrell Crosby? But either way you look at it, this is an improvement along their offensive line. You got to think a coach like Dan Campbell is sitting there talking about like straight up cannibalism, biting people's knees off, is going to love Penei Sewell. Like this guy, when he puts his pads on, he goes full into the game. He's a very, very intimidating guy, and going up in that division, as the Bears, I know where Khalil Mack lines up, and that's the guy he's going to have to go up against. So I think this is a great pick for them. Jared Goff, when he's had his best seasons, it's been when that offensive line has been at their absolute best. He needs time because he is not going to make plays off script. The question is there anybody on the outside that can make a play for him? That's something we're going to have to see how that progresses as the draft goes along. But getting Sewell here, I thought they were going to trade down just because you have so many holes. You have your defense. Like, tell me who your blue chip player on that defense is. I mean, you've got Yokota from last year. Other than that, you've got nobody.
Nobody. You got nobody.
No one.
So
maybe Jamie Collins, and that is it.
well, what's he now? Is he 30, 31 years
30s,
old?
Yeah, I thought this
older.
was going to be the first defensive pick. I really thought it was going to be someone like Micah Parsons. It would have been a good fit, but
that's why I thought the move down was the play, because I thought they were going to take a defensive player. So they've got a lot of work to do, and they don't have a ton of draft capital to do it. And I'm just interested to see where it goes, because right now I've seen 2022 mocks, right? And people keep putting the Bears as the number one for pick, and I don't see how you can do that when you look at this Lions team. Like, come on.
I have a quick callback for everybody in terms of Dan Campbell and biting kneecaps and Sewell being a perfect fit. It reminded me of a different Lions coach talking about his dreams, and it was Jim Schwartz talking about how he saw Javed Best's moves in his dreams. I don't know if anybody recalls that. That was like a fantasy news blurb all over the place of how Javed Best was going to get more on the offense. Unfortunately, Sewell doesn't really have as much of a real fantasy impact, especially since the cupboards of skill position players there in Detroit are kind of bare. But it's a good building block, and we'll see what they can do around it at least.
I would say that this is a really good pick for DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
The strength is the offensive line now. And
wow.
What are they gonna? We're getting lots of reaction from Mike. So I think that's good for him. I mean, obviously you have Tyrell Williams right now and Brashad Perryman as your starting receivers. It's currently probably it's got to be the worst receiving core in the NFL, I would think, unless I'm forgetting somebody. We'll see what they do the rest of the draft. But as you mentioned, there's lots of defensive holes, and they need receivers as well. But DeAndre Swift, I think, benefits Jamal Williams. They're probably going to try to be a run-oriented team, take the pressure off of Goff. But I don't know how long that can, how long they can do that with the defense that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might be staring down the gun barrel of Quintez Cephas and Tyrell Williams as wide receiver ones on that team.
No, Tyrell Williams is not bad. He went to the Raiders 2019. He had a touchdown in each of his first 5 games for them. He injured his foot really badly after the 4th game and came back after a 2-game hiatus and caught 90 yards and a touchdown in his 5th game, and then just kind of was struggling with the foot injury for the remainder of the season. So if he's fully healthy, wouldn't be shocking if he puts up 800-900 yards and 7 or 8 touchdowns. And Perryman is another guy who can't stay healthy, but when he has had his time in the spotlight and is getting 7 to 9 targets a game, he's produced. We were sort of excited about him going to the Jets last year, and that never panned out. But there are targets galore in Detroit. So if this is how it stands, and then maybe they add a 3rd or 4th round receiver, Williams and Perriman could be some decent late round picks.
I mean, at least with Perriman, he's sitting there trying to talk Jared Goff up and telling me how great his deep ball is. Like, he's at least trying to get on the good side, man.
Yeah. Look, Jared, I can drop that as well as anybody. You throw it down there. I'm happy to be the one to drop your deep ball.
It's kind of crazy though, right? Because in fantasy, anyways, one of the smart plays is always to kind of chase after wide receivers attached to terrible defenses, because they're going to be in more shootouts, right? And I think by all accounts, the Lions are going to have one of the worst defenses in the NFL. They have nothing at outside corner. Like, I think they're going to be bad. So who's going to bite the bullet actually and draft either, Perriman or Tyrell Williams, because I don't know. I kind of feel like, I mean, I know it's ugly, but I kind of sort of feel like they present a lot of upside, to be honest with you.
You're welcome to take them in every draft we're in together, James. I'm going to stay as far away as possible from that.
Yeah,
I feel like, John, you were talking about all the upside with Tyrell and how we've seen it in the past. And I feel like every time he goes to a new team, I talk myself into the same Tyrell Williams narrative again, and then it all just comes crumbling down. I mean, usually it's a late round pick, but you guys are welcome to the Jared Goff targets to Tyrell Williams and Brashard Perriman. By all means, take literally all of them.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about guys going in the 18th round right now, I think, in best ball, and they're the number 1, number 2 receivers for their team. I mean, it is what it is.
But it's on a kneecap biting, probably run first team quarterbacked by Jared Goff. Like, do not want.
That's true. However, they are going to be bad, so they are going to have to throw. Unless they're going to be running down, they might be down 20 and they're running the ball still. That might be one of those situations. I do want to update everybody on the Aaron Rodgers situation because it seems like now the Broncos is no longer happening. I did see a couple tweets where they've confirmed that they were rebuffed quickly on the Aaron Rodgers. So my mood has gone from a 2 out of 10, getting close to a 1 out of 10, up to about a 4. So that's where I'm at. If anybody's wondering on my mood.
Congratulations on that 4, John. May it reach 6 by the end of tonight.
So where does it go? Where does it drop to when they draft Najee Harris? At the end of round 1?
I think it was Jeff Hicks in our Slack, and I just yelled at him, "Don't bring that mojo in." Like if they
put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Exactly.
If they somehow get Rashad Bateman,
I would love that. Love Bateman or Elijah Moore.
Now we're talking maybe a 7.
Yeah,
and this could turn around quickly.
Bringing it back. So we did have a pick here. It looks like we had J.C. Horn to the Carolina Panthers, the first defensive player in the draft. I freaking love J.C. Horn, man. Like, I had him as my number 1 corner above Patrick Surtain II. This dude is a straight-up baller. You will maybe see a clip or two that's bad of him just getting, manhandled by Kyle Pitts. But Kyle Pitts is a complete unicorn. But J.C. Horn can play lockdown defense on some of the best wide receivers in college football. You look at his numbers against guys that played at Alabama, great numbers. I'm excited. I thought pick 7 or 8 for sure we were going to see a trade. That doesn't or hasn't transpired. And I've got to think that, the price that San Francisco paid early in the draft season has soured a lot of teams off of it. They don't want to pay as much as it's going to take. But yeah, I thought for sure we were going to see some trades here. I thought as of right now, we still got 2 of the top 5 quarterbacks left. We've only got 2 picks in the top 10, so that is looking a little bit longer. Does Denver take a guy like Justin Fields here and forget about the Aaron Rodgers dream? Like, how quickly are they closing the book on that dream?
I mean, I think they should take Fields. The fact that he's here for free, they didn't have to move up. That's got to be a dream situation. They've got good skill players on that offense. You drop Fields into there, and that Denver team could be frisky.
Mm-hmm. We our friend Jen dropped a note there saying that she wanted the Broncos to take Fields. She's in Colorado. Fields going to the Broncos would change a lot from a fantasy perspective. All those weapons there, the Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, everybody's wondering how good can they be with a conservative quarterback like Teddy Bridgewater or a probable bust like Drew Lock. That changes everything when a playmaker like Justin Fields gets there, which is really, really exciting. Do you think there's any chance that happens here? Is everybody kind of thinking that'll happen, or do you think Denver will just throw us a curve and decide to take an offensive lineman or something?
God, knowing Fangio, he's probably thinking defense like a psycho.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, as a person who has loved watching Fangio's defense, if they took Micah Parsons, what he's done with linebackers in his career has been exceptional.
But he's also probably wants to keep his job, though, and there's no better way to at least extend your job by a few years than getting a rookie quarterback. So the brass is like, well, we got to see how this plays out for a little bit, as long as they don't, go 1-15 1-16 now in the 17-game season with the rookie quarterback.
Yeah. I don't know, man. But you're right. I mean, there's so many weapons. I mean, we didn't even talk about Noah Fant and Melvin Gordon. KJ Hamler is there too. By the way, Tim Patrick.
Albert O, just because I can't say his last name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tim Patrick was good a bunch of times last year, just quietly producing in fantasy.
Did Patrick re-sign there? I didn't catch that. I thought, wasn't he a free agent? Did he re-sign in Denver?
Oh, was he a free agent? I
think he was restricted free agent, and he's back.
Yeah, I think he's still there for now. Yep.
Okay, restricted. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So back to J.C. Horn just real quick. I just really enjoy my one of my best friends is a Panthers fan. And he pointed this out. I really enjoy the idea that Joe Horn's kid is it going to be a Panther? I just really like that with that
That's
rivalry
terrific.
and the hatred that goes there. That's going to be very, very exciting. Mike, in cornerback only, or like in quarterback IDP leagues that actually separate the corners from the safeties, are you looking at J.C. Horn? That physical presence, is he somebody you'd be looking at?
Yeah, because I mean he should be able to come in right away and start for I think he should. I like the spot for him. I mean, with corners, I mean, you've got, nobody really stands out. You got Rashawn Melvin, you got Dante Jackson. They did bring in AJ Bouye, but I think he's someone who, I mean, he's a first round pick. I think he comes in and will play right away. So I think in your cornerback heavy leagues, yeah, he's going to force incompletions. I think he only allowed a 54 passer rating on balls thrown his way. So he's going to be able to track the ball. So yeah, I like the spot.
And since I've got you, I might as well lead you right into talking about Patrick Surtain, who was just taken by the Broncos.
Oh, my goodness.
James was right. Vic Fangio went defense.
He's a psycho. He's an absolute psycho.
Mike, Patrick Surtain, you just talked about J.C. Horn. What do you think of Patrick Surtain landing with the Broncos and in those IDP formats that separate the corner?
Probably, you know what? He's going to be interesting this year because, I mean, they got Ronald Darby, they got Kyle Fuller. So his spot, again, may not be, I mean, he's, again, still a good prospect. I have no problem drafting him in rookie drafts. I think in redraft, you may not consider him, but yeah, he's another one that should play within the first, either like I said, either this year or next year. So really good technique. Not as fast, I don't think, is what you'd want, but really technical. And he's played over 1,500 snaps. So I mean, dude's gonna play. So real physical. I think he can play the slot. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with him in Denver, because I think Bryce Callahan might have been their slot corner. So it'll be interesting to see if they play him in the slot. He played a little bit last year, not much, but he's mostly been outside. So we'll see what they do with him.
You know what I just realized, guys? I'm looking at the draft board now, right? And Justin Fields could legitimately fall to the New England Patriots, which would make me want to stab my eyes out. Oh, God. How does this happen?
I've talked to a lot of Vikings fans who say if Fields is still on the board and they don't at least take a stab at that they're going to leave the fandom. So
I was going to say, I think the Vikings are a dark horse to take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because
I don't disagree.
They can. Kirk Cousins only has like one more year on his deal after this. I don't know what it's a lot of dead cap, but I mean, still, if you take Fields and maybe try to flip Cousins to some team that needs a quarterback or bite the bullet on it, and I don't think it'd be crazy for them to take him. But this is also territory where people could try to jump New England, so it could be a fun segment of the draft here.
Hey, listen, that's all good and fun, but we, again, like Fangio, Mike Zimmer's an absolute psychopath. And he's probably looking at, and they legitimately need defensive help. So I get it, but I would not be surprised at all if Vikings are basically, thinking defense at that point as well. So, but man, wow, I can't believe Denver passed on a quarterback. That's just mind-bogglingly bad.
Yeah, I think some of the speculation from Cecil Lammey is that cornerback is one of the Packers' biggest needs, so there might be something still in the works there. Maybe they know something.
I love it.
I like that.
I'm back down to a 2.
No, it's got to be at least a 3.
Maybe a 3.
I will say that sounds a little tinfoil hat.
We have a trade.
It sounds a little more like speculative than anything else. Like
we have a trade alert. Dallas traded their pick.
I love that. I love that.
They traded in the division to the Eagles.
That I don't believe.
Wow.
I've got a theory here. They're taking Devonta Smith and they're trying to get ahead of the Giants. The Giants crazy ass.
Giants crazy ass. It's got to be Devontae Smith.
I mean,
and according to the board, they still have their 12th pick.
They might just not have updated that, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah.
They traded in the division. Oh my!
That's amazing.
They had to get some kind of guarantee here that they're not taking a quarterback, though, right? Like, you can't make this trade in the division if Philly's coming to get a quarterback. Like, how do you do that?
Philly. I
How
mean,
do you
is Philly,
trade in
I don't think Philly or Dallas is looking at quarterback though, right?
Who knows?
I mean, you've got only a second-round pick invested in Hurts.
Yeah.
It looks like a total rebuild. This is one of the better quarterback crops in recent years. But I think if you're Dallas, you've got to have a guarantee that they're not, because you cannot trade a pick to a division rival that gives them a quarterback for the next 10 years.
You can't even make a guarantee. If I'm on the Philadelphia, yeah, Dallas, you can't. Yeah, Dallas, Philly, don't take quarterback. Yeah, sure, no, we're not gonna. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're not.
You got to make them. You got to make them send in the facts. You got whatever they're doing now. But yeah, this is an interesting trade. I think they're trying to get ahead. You had both corners go. That it was either wide receiver or corner for Philadelphia. Now that both corners are off the board, Waddle's off the board, Chase is off the board, this has to be a trade up for Devonta Smith. And, 166-pound wide receiver going in the top 10.
Well, while we wait
Smith would have gone to the Giants? Is that, do you think he would have do you think Smith would have fallen to them at 12? Unless you think the Giants were going to take him.
We talked about how crazy Gelhar is, and we talked about how that fifth receiver or 5 athletes that they have could be on par with anybody in the NFL. But Gettleman going to get a Gettleman, baby. Like, just is what it is.
I can't wait until this is like a lineman or a linebacker or something. It's going to be great.
Well, Philly needs linebackers.
It's so going to be, it's so going to be that.
They could use Micah Parsons. Like, I wouldn't hate Philly grabbing Micah Parsons at all.
No, they need linebackers.
They didn't trade that much. I think they traded a third. It looked like the 84th pick overall to move up 2 spots.
Nice.
Wow.
All the news prior to this was Philly was exploring a trade to come back up for a wide receiver. Kemsky and the other Philly beat writers, that was what they were noting. The other guy that was sort of mentioned here as a dark horse is Kwity Paye. Gettleman, needs an edge there, so I could see maybe that being the option as well.
One of the all-time great names in football, too, by the way.
While I was gone, did you guys talk about Sam Darnold at all with the Panthers passing on a quarterback?
No,
all you.
Well, we're waiting for the Eagles to draft whoever they're going to draft. This is an interesting reclamation project now, and you wonder, with what Ryan Tannehill did once he got out from under Adam Gase, what's going to happen here with Darnold? With no longer Curtis Samuel, but they still have DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson and a couple good receivers there, plus Christian McCaffrey. I'm surprised that they passed on a quarterback, frankly, but Darnold's an interesting person to watch now, a player to watch at quarterback. I think coming out of college, he was fairly highly touted and just kind of landed in a really bad situation for a number of years.
Yeah. I love that offense with them. They've got playmakers on the outside in Robbie Anderson, who he's familiar with, DJ Moore, who's one of the best after-the-catch receivers in the NFL. They do have a gigantic hole at tight end, but they also have the best running back in the NFL in terms of pass catching and running in Christian McCaffrey. So that offense has pieces around him that the Jets never brought to him. They do still have a couple, holes on that offensive line, particularly on the left side. But, this has to be his best supporting cast, and we've seen Joe Brady scheme up some good throws, just scheme up things that we've never seen Adam Gase scheme up.
Yeah, actually at tight end, I don't know that Ian Thomas was that bad. I just think he got zero targets last year, and that was a function of whatever they were doing offensively. They had 3 mouths to feed. Plus Mike Davis, I guess, last year at running back, and they just didn't utilize him at all. But I think he's actually better than, I was actually kind of excited about him with Greg Olsen moving on, because he has produced as a low-end tight end 1 fantasy-wise with Olsen sidelined. It's just last year he was non-existent. So who knows? I think we have a pick.
Got to pick.
do.
So, does anybody know what's going on with this fan? They're just calling up one person from the stage to sit in the chair that's a fan of the team before the pick, or what's happening?
Yeah, that was Goodell's chair from the draft last year.
Okay.
And
I
yeah,
love
they're
that.
just pulling up randos to sit up there.
Love that.
I think we're getting a little crowded here, so I might duck out now. I think it's my window is up, and we got the great TJ Hernandez and Chris Raybon coming in, so might clear some space for these guys to fire off some spicy takes as the draft heats up here.
Thanks so
Appreciate
much
you,
for joining
man.
us, Alex.
Of course, everybody. This was a blast. Enjoy the rest of the draft, guys.
Enjoyed having you, man. Thanks.
Hi, TJ. Hi, Chris. Thanks so much for joining us.
What up?
Gentlemen, what's up?
Man,
Not much. So we got a pick. Devontae Smith goes to the Eagles. Chris, what do you think?
I love the Smith pick. I thought Smith, like, the one knock on him everyone keeps coming back to is his body mass index. I mean, if you want to talk about degree of difficulty, this dude is the best route runner in his class. He one of four wideouts to win the Heisman ever. One of those three made the Hall of Fame, Tim Brown. I love the pick for the Eagles. That's what they needed. They were a nightmare at receiver last year, but they still have some talent on this offense with Miles Sanders, Dallas Goedert. I think Jalen Hurts has a lot of upside, some kind of like Lamar Jackson like upside. So I love it, but I'm still stuck on how Denver and Carolina passed on quarterbacks. When you have Sam Darnold, Teddy Bridgewater, and Drew Lock on your roster, you have zero quarterbacks. You still have a quarterback. Dan Arnold
was
is
a bad
also better
pick,
than
bro.
Ian Thomas, by the way. I heard those spicy takes about Ian Thomas. He was like the worst tight end in yards per route run for like every season of his career. I think Dan Arnold gets more snaps than him this year, but I can't believe the Panthers did that. What do y'all think of the Panthers and Broncos? I just can't believe they did that.
Well, I'm still doomsday here with Aaron Rodgers, and I think that the Broncos probably know something that everybody else doesn't with in terms of quarterback. So I'm looking at it as a negative for Green Bay, which is all I'm thinking about right now.
Wait. When have the Broncos, since Peyton Manning, when have the Broncos ever known anything? Like they tried to sell us Osweiler, then they tried to sell us on Case Keenum, then they tried to sell us on Drew Lock, then they Joe Flacco. I mean, the Broncos haven't known nothing
Chris,
about
you can't make me feel any better right now. No matter how hard you try, I have a feeling that cornerback's going to be ending up on the Packers roster this year.
I mean, listen, if I don't know why the Packers would do that. First of all,
why would they do anything they've been doing?
Oh my!
That we can agree on 100%. 100%.
Chicago.
The Packers,
I mean,
Chicago's trading up. You got to think they're thinking.
They got to be
Fields
going
here, no?
To 11?
quarterback. They got to be going quarterback.
They got to be thinking Fields here, right?
What?
That's spicy.
Are they coming to 11?
They're coming to 11.
Wait,
for the first time ever,
hold
Gettleman's
on.
traded
Yes.
down.
We've got to go with the lead here. You're burying the lead of Gettleman trading down. Like, of things I never thought would happen, that was on the top of my list. Like, Gettleman trading down in the first round for anybody was the biggest shocker that there is. But man,
So you think they're taking Mac or Fields?
So yeah, it's got to be. You got to think it's a quarterback here with the Bears trading up.
Oh my goodness.
Staggs, is that what you're hoping for?
it has to be a quarterback. The question is, you have Nick Foles, who is immobile. You have Andy Dalton, who hasn't been mobile since his first contract. So do you stick with an immobile quarterback and go Mac Jones, or do you go Justin Fields? I mean, I told you where my heart is. My heart is straight up Justin Fields. But at this point, Ryan Pace has stabbed me in the back so many damn times. I've had Kevin White. I've had Mitch Trubisky. I had to trade up to get Mitch Trubisky. Why am I trusting this dude to make the pick? He still has a job for some reason. His whole career was tethered to Mitch Trubisky after he made that pick, right? But he still has a job after Mitch Trubisky is gone. So
why not like Davis Mills or Kellen Mond or something? Like maybe they're moving up for one of those guys.
I'm gonna shame stick you or something.
John, just because you're upset, John, doesn't mean you have to get Anthony upset.
I'm back at a 3. I'm back at a 3.5 after that joke.
I'm glad. I'm actually glad Staggs brought up like the mobile quarterback though, because I think one of the more interesting things that happened so far, I mean, with Trey Lance and obviously we already know Trevor Lawrence, is like a lot of people are going to be talking about these like fringe quarterback one guys, but a fringe quarterback one in 2021 isn't going to be the same as a fringe quarterback one that we've seen like in the past couple of years. We have these quarterbacks that are not just really good. Efficient throwers, but getting it done with their legs. So like we're seeing like the top 7 or 8 quarterbacks eclipsing like 21, 22 fantasy points per week, where like these quarterback 13, quarterback 14 guys are down at the 17-point range. So if we're looking at these rookie quarterbacks like a Justin Fields, a Trey Lance, even a Trevor Lawrence, they're going to give us the ability to like have those upside weeks. Whereas I kind of joke tweeted earlier, a guy like Matt Ryan, they're like, oh, he got Kyle Pitts now he has all these weapons. Give me a Trey Lance over a Matt Ryan, like in a redraft league where I have that upside where Matt Ryan to even come close to those guys, he's going to need to throw for like in a 9.5% touchdown rate. So these rookies that we're talking about are all really exciting over these fringe quarterback one veteran guys, in my opinion.
There's almost no quarterback these days. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, outside of him, there's like no quarterback that you can say like confidently is every week starting quarterback one these days. It's like all streaming. Like, I mean, Aaron Rodgers, if he plays like he did last year, sure. Josh Allen, if he plays like he did last year, sure. But it's like it's all about the rushing up. I mean, look what Jalen Hurts did. He came in for 4 weeks and he was like, top 10, I think 3 of those 4. I'm like Taysom Hill, even, barely like throwing ducks to Emmanuel Sanders, still finishing in, as one of the top quarterbacks when he was playing. So yeah, it's all about that rushing up. So I still think Jones is the better, like a safer pick at quarterback, just because I think he's mentally way ahead of Fields. But from a fantasy standpoint, Fields all day.
Yeah.
Anthony, let's go back to the Devontae Smith pick. Devontae Smith lands with the Eagles, a spot where they desperately needed a receiver. What do you think of Devontae Smith as a prospect and the fit there with Philly?
I mean, Devonta Smith is a perfect fit with Philly because he can get open early and often. Like, we look at Hurts, that's something he didn't have. You look at the other receivers on the roster, you got Jalen Reagor, and maybe he can get open deep. But the rest of the guys there aren't really early field separators. They need a guy who could do it after the catch, make some easy throws for him. So I really like this for Philly. I mean, I feel like it's the perfect fit. And even if I'm looking at Philly as a whole, I think Philly would have preferred Smith to Waddle, even if both were still on the board, just for team building and what they have.
The one concern I have about Devontae Smith on that offense, and just the offense in general, is that they got a lot of small dudes running around. Like, and I'm not saying that they're bad; they're good, but like I kind of sort of think they need a big body receiver somewhere in the mix there. You know what I'm saying? Like Rager's on the smallish side. Obviously, Devontae Smith is like historically small for someone picked this early. So it's interesting.
I do want to point out that Raybon and I haven't missed a step, and we did not plan this, and we were repping the 2 best Jets wide receivers of all time. I think he's rocking the Keyshawn, and I don't know if you can see I got the Decker behind me. We did not plan that at all. So
give me the damn ball. Great book, by the way.
Now, by the way, Chris, Josh is calling you out here saying that you've dropped the Giants for the Jets. Would you care to retort?
Oh, nah, I just get fresh. It's always been fresh. I never dropped that. I got a lot of jerseys behind me too. I got jerseys for days. I just had to whip out. It's the 25th anniversary of Keyshawn going to the Jets. They had another high pick. I love Zach Wilson as well, but never that.
I am sweating.
Ooh.
I am sweating.
They did it.
You're ahead of me, man. So don't be ruining my.
Najee Harris?
Oh, you guys on the stream too?
Yeah, I'm living the stream life, so Twitter's faster than my.
What is Kate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. I got nothing else to say. Like, let's do this thing. Like,
the one thing that, from a fantasy perspective, that I love about this, beyond look, Justin Fields fantasy probably not terribly relevant. I mean, he'll be in the streaming mix every week, but Allen Robinson. All of a sudden, come on, bro. Mm-hmm. Like, give me those A-Rob shares. You know what I'm talking about? Like, this is nice. This is nice for him, for sure.
Yeah, certainly. If he can beat out Andy Dalton, which we'll see. We'll see what happens. If he can beat out Andy Dalton, then that would certainly be an upgrade for Allen Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this pick. Like, I've watched a lot of these draft streams. Like, and just seeing people, get Daniel Jones and how their reactions are, and I'm just happy that didn't happen to me. Like, I feel like I still have a sense of dignity left. Getting Justin Fields, he's one of the most accurate throwers of the football in this class. When you segment into short, medium, deep passes, he's pretty much top of the class in each of those. We know he's a 4-for-4 guy with the 4-for-4 40, so you got to love that. And everything you look at, he just brings a different element to a Chicago Bears football team that, might have more quarterback angst in its history than any team. They've never had a quarterback in their history exceed 3,900 passing yards. You look at their, basic highs compared to anybody else, and they're amongst the lowest in the league. And it's just different to be on a side that feels like upside.
Yeah, being that this is an Underdog sponsored podcast, we have a pretty big tournament coming up from Underdog. Right now, we got the ADPs for the rookie quarterbacks coming into today. Trevor Lawrence, quarterback 14. Justin Fields, quarterback 17, Trey Lance all the way down at quarterback 30. My guess is that with the shiny new toy, and now that we know the landing spots, they're kind of close to Matt Ryan, Kirk Cousins, that all three of these guys kind of converge on each other. My knee-jerk reaction is I probably like Justin Fields upside, especially in a tournament format. Which of those three rookies stand out to you guys as like your target if you have to pick one of those three?
Well, I like Lance from just a competency of offense and weapons. Is he as ready as Fields? I don't know. But with Fields, he's got Allen Robinson, Darnell Mooney. They like Cole Kmet at tight end. They got some guys that can catch the ball out of the backfield. And it's we saw Mitch Trubisky put up decent numbers here and there in that offense. So it's not a bad spot for him at all. I think he'll be, QB2 streaming conversation pretty much weekly. We'll see how quickly he gets up to speed and can put up some numbers, but I mean, it's not a bad situation at all.
And not with the
Raybon, I know you get down
early. Yeah.
Raybon, I know you get down on the best ball tournament action. Which one of those guys are you in tournament format best ball?
I for this year, I would probably say, I mean, obviously Lance has given ADP, but we don't know exactly how many games he's going to start. Same thing for Fields to an extent. So I would go Lawrence by default, but I'm curious as to what's Zach Wilson's ADP?
Zach Wilson is going slightly ahead of those guys.
Okay.
He's going as the quarterback 20. So not ahead of, he's going slightly ahead of Trey Lance, quarterback 26.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
we see Wilson.
Yeah.
Like easily, like I think Wilson could outperform Lawrence in terms of numbers this year, just because look at his arm. Like everyone's not like the knocks on Wilson are like competition level, improvement from 2019 to 2020, like all of these things that you evaluate when a quarterback has to compensate for not having a ridiculous arm, like Wilson has. It's not just that it's strong, it's accurate. Like he was throwing like 2 yards deeper on average than Lawrence, and his adjusted completion percentage was higher. Like you look at him under pressure, he was completing a higher percentage of passes. Like it's just, I get it. It's a step down in competition, but his arm is just nuts. So I think, like if I'm looking for upside there, Lawrence is already going in that fringe range. These other two guys, we don't know if they're going to start all 16 games, whereas they just traded Darnold. Zach Wilson's going to be in there as much as he can, as long as he stays healthy. So for me, it's Wilson.
Yeah, I think JP mentioned Darrell Bevel earlier. I mean, from a real offense standpoint, I don't know how good that makes the Jaguars, but we did see him like boost up Matthew Stafford's deep ball rate, and that resulted like in a really big half of the year for him 2 years ago, and then the Lions were top 10 in deep ball rate again last year. So with the Marvin Jones and with the receivers they have, like that Jaguars offense, even with a rookie quarterback, I think a lot of people are just going to underrate it on Jaguars name value. But I actually like Darrell Bevel for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, and they interviewed Urban Meyer talked to Russell Wilson about Darrell Bevell and about how he helped him transition. So that's one thing that he really stressed is he'll prepare you for a week, and he'll also tell you when there's going to be some deep shot opportunities.
Yep.
He'll sort of line those up for you. So I like that for guys like Shark and Jones.
Hey, just want to say thanks to James for coming on. He just informed us that he's going to take off. So thanks a lot for coming on, James.
Thanks so much, James.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I
Thanks,
appreciate
man.
it, guys. It was a lot of fun. I'll see you guys.
Appreciate
Have a good
it.
one.
There, James.
Also, Zach Wilson's probably going to take off and run with it a little more than Trevor Lawrence is. He's just more inclined to do that. And he also runs a little better than Lawrence. Lawrence isn't a statue, but I think you might see more designed run plays from the Robert Saleh team. So I'm with you, Chris. I think at that cost in a best ball format, I think you're going to get those big dip or those big high weeks occasionally from Zach Wilson that'll help you in that tournament.
Absolutely.
I personally think Wilson's a little overrated as a runner. Like, I don't think he's going to be like, is he Mahomes as a runner? And like, that's his top upside, or is there more that I'm not seeing? Because I think Mahomes is his top, like that's it.
I think he's somewhere between Daniel Jones and Josh Allen as a runner, somewhere in
I don't
the
see
middle
that.
of those two. No? Okay.
I'm just saying, to me, it has nothing to do with Wilson's running ability. If you just watch this dude throw the football, like he's gonna, and like the Jets aren't gonna be that good. Let's be honest, right? So they're gonna be behind. They're gonna be throwing the football. Like this guy, it just has upside written all over him. It's like, what if you let Mahomes start his rookie year? You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying they're the same talent level, but it's like you have a team that's not gonna be that good, and you have a quarterback with a ridiculous arm. So. I just think at that, like if it's a 12 spot difference in ADP, I love it. But Lawrence, I don't think sleep on him because he's still out of the top 12 for now,
Yeah, I think all four of those guys end up really close to each other.
It's just it's going to come down to opportunity for the guys that have like veterans to beat out. It's like what is San Francisco's plan? We don't know yet. Maybe they do something with Garoppolo before the weekend is over. Who knows?
And Mike, I'm going to go back to you because I'm excited we have another defensive player off the board. And this time it's a linebacker, one of my favorite prospects in the draft, Micah Parsons. Penn State goes to the Cowboys. Just saw Sean Lee retire. How do you like the fit with the Cowboys? And what will you be looking at for Micah Parsons in IDP formats?
Well, with Parsons, this is an interesting spot because, you had Sean Lee retire. Leighton Vander Esch, who's been injury prone. He's had a bad neck. And I think really – I think they may have really wanted to either move on from Jalen Smith or do something, not play him every down. Smith, 12 missed tackles, really played out of place. I think Micah Parsons, really fits in nicely. I think a really good downhill runner, doesn't miss tackles, makes stops. I think is still kind of his gap is some of the is some coverage experience, but really good size, good explosiveness, really good form. He's kind of that edge rusher too, so he can play the mold of a run stopper as well as an edge rusher. So he just attacks, and he's a really good fit. So I think they picked him in the top 15. They're probably going to play him. Like I said, I think with Leighton Vander Esch and his injuries and them wanting to limit Jalen Smith's snaps, I think Micah Parsons could be, the 1A or 1B at linebacker this year.
Do you think the fact that he's a splash play guy and the fact that he's going to a spot with two solid linebackers already there, do you think his tackle numbers might be suppressed there compared to what they might be if he landed in a place like Cleveland or Chicago, or I'm sorry, Cleveland or Carolina? Maybe. But I love he's a great athlete. Those splash plays should kind of make up for it. I remember the days of Carlos Dansby coming out, and he might not get 120 tackles, but he'd get a few picks every season, a few sacks, and that would kind of up his IDP value. I remember. Do you see Parsons similarly?
Yeah, I think with Parsons, I think if he can fit in, if he gets in and plays every down, I don't see any reason why he can't eclipse that 110, 120 tackle mark. Really good spot. Their defensive line is probably going to allow runners are going to allow they're going to allow the pass catching backs. They don't have a very stout defensive line that much. You got DeMarcus Lawrence, Neville Gallimore,
but that's really it. They lost Aldon Smith. So, yeah, I think Parsons is going to be allowed to run free.
I mean, this has got to be a little bit disappointing if you're a Cowboys fan, just because I think they wanted a corner. I think that was kind of their, what they felt they needed, what they did need the most. And like now you have like all these safeties they got, and you have you're pretty strong at linebacker. So you're going to have like a strong kind of like middle, second level type of defense, but like the outside and, as you guys mentioned, like the edge and the D line are going to be shaky. So, this was a real problem for the Cowboys last year. I mean, if this team has and they've had like an average to above average defense for almost Dak Prescott's entire career, this would be a really dangerous team. But I think this, like, overall, I think the fact that those two corners went ahead of Dallas picking, I think that this is like still a L for the Cowboys.
So we're stacking Cowboys and DFS every week, is what you're saying. Cowboy game stacks every week.
I mean, look at last year. I mean, it was only 4 or 5 games, but Dak Prescott it was monumental.
Yeah.
So, Anthony, you had him, Micah Parsons, 12th on your big board, your top 150 prospects. How do you like where he landed?
I mean, I don't really love it. I think he's going to have to slot in at weak side linebacker. I thought eventually he'd be better as just a straight up Mike. I would have preferred if he ended up with Denver and got to play in Vic Fangio's defense, like just for his growth as a player. But I think he's going to play a lot. I think they will move on from Jalen Smith eventually here. His athleticism, just there's not much else to say about it except for the dude's one of the biggest freaks in college football. 240 pounds and running 4.39s out there. Like, what else do you need to like see? He's like, the things they question are his instincts. They say when he has an opportunity, he doesn't go enough. But those things I think are going to change at the NFL level, where they just let him play sideline to sideline and make plays. And playing in that division now, he's going to have to track down Jalen Hurts. It's going to be. There's some interesting opportunities for him to grow, but I would have just preferred to see some teams stick him as their middle linebacker and go through the growing pains. But that's just me.
Yeah, so we have him go off. We have Dallas picking up a 3rd round pick in order to get Parsons. I wonder, I got to consider that a win. I understand what Chris is saying with maybe hoping they got a corner here and maybe the 2 corners going right away, facilitated the trade. But I think they still get a blue chip prospect and pick up a 3rd round pick in the process. So I think that's kind of a win. Maybe Greg Newsome might have been a better pick here. I don't know. The corner out of Northwestern, I like him a lot. I think he's been no. Anthony doesn't feel the same way about Newsome.
I think it's a little too high. I mean,
okay.
I think we'll start seeing his names in the 20s, and we probably would have heard Caleb Farley's name early as well if it weren't for his back injury, but we'll probably see his name maybe in the 20s, if at all, in the 1st round. He's a guy who's got medical red flags, who sounds like he could fall completely from the 1st round, according to a couple people. So, there is some corners at the back of this draft that seem to get propped up, but right now the Chargers are on the clock. The way the draft's fallen, do they just run to the board with Slater here and just be happy to have a tackle to protect Justin Herbert and just that's it? That's all I need, baby. Like, let's do this thing.
I mean, they don't have Anthony Wynn anymore, who will just leave Herbert in the game in like the 4th quarter of a blowout with like his tackle just turnstiling all day. But the Chargers, they need another piece on that line, and they did get Winsley, the center from Green Bay, so they're going to be strong there. But I do think if they add another blue chip, that would go a long way to building around Herbert. Remember, they at the skill positions, they're pretty good. They offensive line, they do have a lot of holes on defense, though. I'll say that the Chargers have, like, this is not the Charger defense that we're used to. They lost a lot of talent, but I still think you got to protect Herbert at all costs, because that's your franchise right there.
They added Feeler on the line, too, over from Pittsburgh, who's a legit starting guard. He's a good player. So Slater could slot in at right guard or left tackle if Trey Pipkins doesn't work out. So,
I think you slot him in at left tackle and live with the growing pains, man. He's got shorter arms, so you're going to hear all about that if you're actually got the volume up. But I don't think it matters, man. He's a clean dude. Everybody talks about his technique. if you can get Slater here at 13 when many considered him, maybe the 7th or 8th best prospect in the draft, I think that's a win, especially when it's at a position in need. The other person you've seen mocked to the Chargers here, is a lot of corners. Losing no J.C. Horn, no Patrick Surtain. I talked about how I feel it's a little too early for Newsome, but yeah, if it's not Slater, I'm going to be surprised.
And remember, they have Brian Buaga still there, but he's 32. He just turned 32. He had the second worst PFF grade of his career last year, so he could be on the downswing. So you can't just count on him being who he was and playing up to his reputation going forward. So I would still select a tackle, but I like their defense as a whole is pretty much everywhere. So this is kind of wide open, I think.
We keep saying that if they're going to draft the tackle, and it's been 5 minutes that they took Slater a while ago, so we can go ahead and tip it.
Oh yeah, I have a delayed stream.
Yeah, so they that's a good.
Yeah.
I mean, I got the live stream on, and I'm still delayed. Like I'm watching live on cable, and he's just now announcing this. So I don't know. That's where we're at.
I mean, I like the pick. I think that's, again, you have Bulaga. Can't count on him being what he used to be. Justin, I mean, you saw what happened in Cincinnati last year. Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow gets hurt. You can't risk that with Herbert, because I think the Chargers are going to have to win shootouts. Just the way their defense is kind of shaping up. I think they're going to have to be in some shootouts.
Who's been the best dressed dude so far, and why is it Rashawn Slater? Like Slater out here killing it. Like I haven't seen anybody stacking up to that, man. Like,
is there a name for those lapel, like with the multicolored lapel? Is there like a name for that?
You got me.
I don't know either. Nah,
I can't afford that shit, man. What you trying to do?
I mean, half of these things are probably rented. No, actually, no, because they have to make them custom. They have to make them custom because these guys are so big.
Hey, let's go back to Devonta Smith. What a great pick for Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
He still has the 2 tight ends there. I don't know how long Ertz will be there, but Rager didn't pan out as expected last year, as hoped, but really gives him a good. I mean, I've got him at 10 right now in my early rankings, and can run the ball, and now he's got a bona fide number 1 receiver. It's kind of a nice pick for him.
And I always love, like I said the same thing about the Falcons when they picked Kyle Pitts. It's like I always love when teams that probably could still use a little help on defense end up going with an offensive player, like a skill player, because then it's like, okay, you're not adding like a first-round corner now or something like that. You know what I mean? So I think on that front, you're always looking for that extra little boost from the defense to not be like elite and kind of suppress the drop back attempt. So I think that's why a big reason you saw Hurts, near the end of last year, he put up some big games because the Eagles defense was kind of messed up in the secondary. I know they'll be healthier, but I think this is a great spot for Smith. He just gets open. He's gonna from day one have the most separation on the field of anyone that Jalen Hurts is throwing to.
Yeah, and you could say the same thing with Slater signing with the Chargers, not going defense there. It's good for Herbert, good for Eckler, good for Keenan Allen, because the defense isn't going to get fixed anytime soon.
And the best thing about the Chargers is that they have, like, if they keep Guyton on the field, he gets like 5% targets per route. So like all the action is concentrated to the other dudes. I think they might start Johnson over him this year though, but if they don't, those targets are so concentrated among Allen, Eckler, and now you have Henry gone, so Cook probably commands less of a target share than Henry did maybe. So I love that.
We got a trade.
Yeah, while we're looking at that trade, to JP's point, talking about Jalen Hurts, I mean he's going as the QB. He's going as the QB8 right now as at pick 74. So like in a traditional redraft league, that's kind of the range where we're going to still say that's pretty pricey. These top 9 or 10 quarterbacks are going to have inflated price tags this year in redraft. In best ball leagues, I mean, you're very justified taking your first quarterback in like that 6th, 7th round area is where you can start looking at your first quarterback. And then if we do get news that Deshaun Watson is playing for a full year, he probably bumps Hurts down at least one spot. So maybe you're getting him late 7th at that point. So I mean, JP already kind of like tongue in cheek asked me who this year's Josh Allen is. I mean, probably the closest profile to that is going to be Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and I just like helping him out. Like anything you can do to go out and get weapons for your young quarterback to try to give him a chance to succeed. We talked about what Miami just did, adding Will Fuller, adding Jalen Waddle. Philly doing the same thing, bringing in someone to help Jalen Hurts has to just help the whole offense and Hurts in general.
I really wanted you to say Ryan Tannehill, TJ. We need a receiver. We need another receiver there.
Yeah, we do. Are they the second or third highest vacated target share right now in the league?
I'm worried about the Titans. I'm worried about the Titans. I mean, they lost Arthur Smith. They lost Corey Davis, who's really good. He was really good last year. Like, you know, he had an up and down career, but they lost Jonnu Smith. I mean, Arthur Smith is a big loss for the Titans, and that's the dude who is responsible for this Ryan Tannehill turnaround. You know, like it could get ugly for the Titans this year.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to just pick up where Smith left off. I mean, it all depends on their new OC and whether or not he can do that. And
one other underrated thing about the Titans is Derrick Henry up to this point has been mostly healthy, but we know how hard it is for these running backs to keep, playing 15, 16 games and carrying, 300 plus times a year. They're so dependent on him for their offense that if he gets hurt, like let's say Christian McCaffrey, it would sting a lot.
And with his running style too, I mean, he just runs violently. I know he's a big dude, but I mean that stuff adds up after a while.
I don't think big dude really suffices.
He's a monster.
He's a scary dude.
I mean, if there's one guy that I think could string together 5, 6, 300 carry seasons together, it's Henry. But who knows?
Yeah. I mean, there's Father Time
is undefeated.
Right. I mean, even LeBron is missing games this year, man. It's crazy.
LeBron's like he's almost the exception that proves the rule with health, though. And Father Time, man, his durability has been insane.
Real quick, I'm going to go back to, if you don't mind, go back to Dallas. It's actually looking at it a little bit more. It's actually a pretty interesting situation. Like I said, I think with Jalen Smith wanting to limit his snaps and Leighton Vander Esch, they also brought in Keanu Neal, who they also said they were going to play at weak side linebacker. So looking at it a little bit more, I don't know if it's considered an ideal landing spot with a lot more teams, though, playing one or two linebackers. Him playing weak side or middle may not matter. He's just going to line up either, right side, left side. So I think it's definitely going to be a situation that you're going to want to watch because if it's going to be – so I think those three linebackers could be technically Neal, Smith, and Parsons. And then you got, Vander Esch might come in on certain packages, but it's a decent spot, but it's also at the same time one of those log jams. And now with Parsons in Dallas, I think maybe I'm almost looking at him as maybe my third linebacker, maybe in rookie drafts. Because as of right now, I'm still most comfortable at Zaven Collins, no matter I think where his landing spot is. So I think Dallas it's maybe not as cut and dry as maybe it is as it looked like it was. Because I think, like I said, with Keanu Neal coming in, and who knows what Leighton Vander Esch's role is going to be. And we know Jalen Smith has had some struggles, so I think it's a little bit muddled.
There'll be a heck of like a 4-6. Like if they ever want to go play that bear front, it was like a bunch of safety linebacker hybrid dudes.
Yeah,
there's 8 linebackers on the field.
Yeah, I think Dallas is going to be ahead of the game when it comes to that type of a front. Hey, everybody's playing less linebackers. We're just going to throw them all onto the field. We're going to throw every linebacker on the field.
I'll ask you guys this, because this is what I thought when Dallas made the pick. It's like, okay, they were 23rd in defensive DVOA last year. Now they did have Vander Esch, they had Smith, Wee was hurt. But does that pick move the needle from 23rd in DVOA, given what they had last year and still finishing 23rd?
Well, I think with Dak coming back, I think their offense is certainly going to carry them. But I think if Micah Parsons it's tough for a rookie to just make that big of an impact to have a defense go from 23 to top 15. I don't see that. Maybe a 20 if Micah Parsons can kind of fill in some of that rushing and really make some of those big plays. But I think from just an IDP fantasy standpoint, boy, it's looking a little bit muddled. But yeah, Dallas, I think they still need an edge rusher because they did lose Aldon Smith, and DeMarcus Lawrence is still going to be a year older. But yeah, they'll need to. I think they're still going to be vulnerable against the run, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. If there's any player, I was just gonna say, if there's any pick that like you do want to make that move from like a 23 to like a 20 or 15, it's that first rounder. That's why I was asking.
I just hope he can stay out of trouble. Because I think he was a ringleader in some sort of a hazing incident at Penn State. So if he can keep his head on straight, that'll be key.
Yeah, that feels like dumb kid stuff, though, right? Like, you always kind of evaluate college students, right? Like, you look at Jameis Winston stuff, and you're like, but then you look at some other stuff, you're like, that's just dumb kid stuff. Because, boy, give me fame at 20.
Oh, yeah, give me fame at 30 million.
Give me fame at 40.
Yeah, right?
Just give me some crab legs.
So do we want to jump ahead here? Because we've got 2 picks off the board. The Jets took Elijah Vera Tucker at 14, and Mac Jones went to the Patriots at 15.
Okay. Yeah.
Should I have said
that's pretty major. That's pretty major.
Do that if
still with the Jets. I don't even have a Jets pick in.
Jets pick is coming in for me now. What did you say?
I think JP's actually in Cleveland.
I think JP is Adam Schefter.
I'm just on my Twitter, Matt, guys. I mean, it's all over. It's all over the place.
So I've been going off the feed. That's what I've been going off the television feed. But
Mac Jones to the Patriots is a great landing spot for him because he's like a Patriots pick in that it's not going to be fancy. It's not like, but the one thing with the Patriots is Patriot Way is all about buying in, mental ability, being able to process quickly, like whatever your knocks on Jones, but he has that those are his strengths. It's like that mental ability, get the ball out on time, deliver it accurately. Like if there was a landing spot for Jones that was best besides San Francisco, I think it would be the Patriots.
Guys, we did this from day one. The first mock draft that ever came out for anybody, Mac Jones was basically to the Patriots. Like, that was it. It's just such a Patriot pick. You've got the Bill Belichick and Nick Saban connection. You've got an immobile quarterback who gets the ball out fast, who plays point guard, trying to throw to these, improved weapons that we can get a little bit more into here, but it's a good pick. Even if you bring in Garoppolo to maybe play this season on a restructured deal, they needed options because unfortunately Cam Newton just wasn't getting it done throwing the football last year. We could say all we want about it, and it just didn't work out as it did in some dreams, but throwing the football, they were terrible, and they need to be better with how their roster is set up. They have to get the ball out quick and let guys make plays. And Mac Jones had one of the most efficient college football seasons ever and basically destroyed every Burrow record that was pretty quick.
Yeah. What do we have his over under for games started this year?
I'll say 5.5 for now. Until I get the bye week schedule.
I mean, are we going to see a corresponding Garoppolo move? Or, with Cam Newton,
I feel like that was it.
I feel like it's going to be Cam and Mac, no?
Yeah. Okay, here's another thing. They're going to have to design a totally different offense for Mac Jones than what
Tom Brady offense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. They're gonna have to.
Cam Newton was the problem. Like he was the redheaded stepchild. Like their offense went from good to tanking. I don't think that was the plan. I think that was just the Cam Newton problem.
Well, that was
let me
also
rephrase. Let me rephrase.
That was a personnel problem too. They
Well,
didn't
that
have
too,
anybody
but
to
like
throw
Cam
to.
Newton as a thrower hasn't like he had like one good year in his last.
Yeah,
He
I
also
think-
got COVID, and he had this weird long COVID too. He said things were really fuzzy. I wouldn't be surprised because they have really signaled that they want to throw the ball. Nelson Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, they added Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith. They want to wrap up the passing game. I wouldn't be shocked if Cam Newton starts hot next year if he's completely over everything and is looking more like his old self. I don't know that he's completely washed.
I mean, I kind of
close.
like take all of that though, and like kind of think that suggests that he has even shorter leash though, because if he didn't have an offseason because of COVID and then got COVID, and that was the excuse for his struggles, and now he doesn't have those excuses and struggles with these new weapons, I think his leash is super short. I mean, I think we could see Mac Jones in there by October if he starts slow.
I just wouldn't be shocked if he
Belichick is already
comes.
shaking the leash. Like he's like, Mac Jones.
I just wouldn't be shocked if suddenly it's week 4 and we're looking at Cam Newton and he's in the top 10, top 5 fantasy scoring.
We had that last year and it fell off a cliff.
Well, you got COVID.
I don't, and here's why. If it was going to happen, it was going to happen last year, and it happened like 1 or 2 games. But why did that happen? Because their defense was bad in those games. This year, the Patriots defense, like with the additions they made and the guys they're getting back, is probably going to be elite. So I don't think there's going to be the opportunity for like a Seattle game where he had like, what was it, like a 35-31? Like, I mean, there may be 1 or 2, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as consistent. Even let's say Cam starts all 17 games, like that Patriots defense is going to be very, very good this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're getting a lot of guys returning. They had the most guys lost due to basically taking a year off for COVID, which seems crazy. Yeah. But you know, what I was trying to say about the offense is, in practice, they're going to have a deploy the Tom Brady offense for Mac Jones to practice in. It's not going to be the same one that Cam Newton needs to operate, and he's not going to get a ton of reps early in the season. So the only way he's going to get reps is on the starting football field. Like, he needs to be the starter, and they're going to have some growing pains.
Yeah, but like he can beat out Cam Newton, like in camp. Like that's not out of the question.
No, absolutely it's not.
like I would actually say that he's probably I would call him the favorite given how Cam played last year, to be honest.
Especially with the offense is likely going to be centered around their tight ends. Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith are going to give him a lot more easy throws. And then you throw James White in the mix. Like, he's going to have a lot of easy throws if he does win out.
Because those are his throws. Those are where he specializes. If you look at, I think it's PFF has their draft guide has like the little route chart where it's like the red is where he throws the most. Like, it's all middle of the field. Like, that's where he really excels. So if they're going to have 2 guys, because their receivers are still going to be kind of shaggy, but they're going to be able to do some things over the middle. And I mean, no one's going to be better at designing an offense like that. So I'm going to say I would put the over under at 9 for Jones, just because I think I would call him a slight favorite at this point to start the most games for New England.
Yeah.
John, what does this do? Does this change anything for you as far as like Nelson Aguilar is concerned, or any of the targets?
Yeah, we're certainly looking more at a pass-friendly quarterback versus Newton last year, if we're going off of Newton last year as opposed to his entire career. So you're getting a guy who's a pocket passer. He's not going to run the ball at all. Pass attempts should increase. They've already signaled that they want to throw the ball more with all the additions that they made. I don't know that you're going to go into a draft and really be targeting Nelson Aguilar, though, as a wide receiver 1. Maybe you look at him in the double-digit rounds. Maybe 8th, 9th round. I don't know. I feel like with Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith there just aren't going to be a ton of targets to go around to somebody like Aguilar or Bourne or Jacoby Myers. I think they're probably going to be a tight end-centric offense. And, probably looking good for Henry and Jonnu, but they're going to cancel each other as well. I don't get super excited about this, but certainly the pass attempts probably going to go up 5 to 10 when you're switching from Cam to Mac Jones.
And if you look at the just like comparing all the pass catchers they have, I went and looked at their targets per route run for their career and recently, which is generally predictive even when guys do switch teams, because it kind of shows how well a guy gets open. In that scenario, based on past history, you would look at Hunter Henry as the favorite among all of those guys. He has the highest targets per route run for his.
And that makes sense because he was playing with Rivers and he played with Herbert, and where Aguilar really made his bones last year was the Raiders let him run those post routes, and he was really killing it down the field. I don't know how good Mac Jones is at that ball or throwing it deep, but you kind of wanted a deep ball passer there if you're looking at Aguilar as the wide receiver one there.
Well, I think Mac Jones actually is pretty good at the in-breaking deep route. So if you're talking about a post, he can throw those pretty well. I think, some of the deeper out, like a corner route, maybe a little different. But I think one thing's for sure, Aguilar probably is going to get that single coverage just like he was getting with the Raiders, because you are going to probably focus your defense inside and the running game.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Which has happened. John Paulsen Schefter.
I don't know. Mike's the one reacting.
This might have been the spot where I didn't want Zaven Collins to go.
Yeah, I've heard about this one for the longest time, and it made no freaking sense to me.
This makes all right, this one sucks. I'm baffled at this one.
So the Cardinals have done this for a few years in a row, where they've taken guys who are multi-dimensional players and then do not let them play them in that multi-dimensional role, and they just try to pigeonhole them into being an inside linebacker like they've done with Hassan Reddick, and then how they used Isaiah Simmons last year.
They didn't even use Isaiah Simmons last year.
I mean, yes, exactly. Like, they've been the team that's taken these guys and think they know how to use a Swiss Army knife, and then all they use them as is butter knives, man. Like, they're doing nothing with these dudes.
I mean, I give the Cardinals a little bit of credit, though, because, like, a lot of people didn't notice they finished number 10 in defensive DVOA last year and 7th in weighted DVOA, which means they were playing better down the stretch. So, I mean, they had a top 10 defense last year.
And that was without Chandler Jones from
right. Like, they've kind of been like a sneaky. I mean, at least last year they were like a sneaky good defense. You know what I mean? Like, all year. So, I do agree. I think, like, there's never like the sexiest picks, and I don't know if they fully have it mastered, but like there's a lot of upside there, at least I would say.
But from an IDP perspective, it definitely hurts to have him banned in a spot where Isaiah Simmons was just
already there.
Destroyed.
I did not think Arizona was going to do this.
Do you think Micah Parsons' agent is going to call the Cardinals and be like, "Hey, I feel like if you had used Isaiah Simmons correctly, Parsons would have been drafted higher, and so I blame you, and you owe me money." Do you think that might happen? Because Micah Parsons is kind of, he's a little bit more of a traditional Mike than Isaiah Simmons was, but he's definitely that playmaker. Like, he's definitely got that kind of hybrid role kind of thing. So I wonder if people looked at Isaiah Simmons and said, "Oh, maybe we don't have room for that," and so Micah Parsons down the draft board a little bit. And then Arizona owes him money. That's what I think.
Parsons or Collins is definitely a playmaker. I mean, he had about, I think he had 4 sacks and 4 interceptions, if I recall correctly. But
thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Chris, thank you so much for
Raybon.
This one doesn't make sense. I'll have to kind of dissect this one. I'll probably have to dissect this one a little bit more in my writing. But on the surface, I don't think I like this for IDP. Mm-hmm. I think it hurts Isaiah Simmons' breakout potential because they still have Jordan Hicks. They didn't bring Devondre Campbell back. Maybe Collins is going to be that Hassan Reddick replacement. At this point, we'll kind of see.
Mm-hmm. On the flip side of this, what we didn't see happen was Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, and so James Conner obviously they brought in, but John, the fact that they went defense here, does that help the Chase Edmonds ascension?
Yeah, I didn't really see the Cardinals as a landing spot for a running back. Mm-hmm. Once they signed Connor, they already came out and said that Chase Edmonds they could see him as the bell cow, and they kind of threw cold water on that by signing Connor. But to me, they're kind of set at running back with what they had other needs that they wanted to address. So I didn't really see them as a big chance that they were going to draft a running back, especially in today's NFL. Like, the Steelers, you could see drafting a running back in the first round. I just didn't think that was the case with the Cardinals.
Yeah, Mike Florio just tweeted that Najee Harris is going to 24 unless somebody jumps them.
Okay.
I mean, whatever you think about that. But, this pick is still just a little bit questionable to me. I think you also had Christian Darrisaw on the board. You could have added a tackle for Kyler Murray. They're not completely set at tackle. You already added J.J. Watts on that defense that Raybon talked about being a top 10 defense. Corner, also a gigantic need. Basically, after losing Patrick Peterson, you signed Malcolm Butler, and your depth at corner is also lacking. So I think the real right move would have been a trade back for the Cardinals, but I guess they found no takers.
Yeah, I thought corner.
It wouldn't have been bad if the Packers had traded up and gotten Rashad Bateman. I don't know if I've made it clear that I'd like them to draft Rashad Bateman at this point. Every pick that comes up on the board that's not Rashad Bateman, I just get a little bit more excited. I know I'm going to get screwed because they got the Ravens, they got the Titans ahead of them. There's other teams that are going to probably draft him, but I get my hopes up. And I guess what's probably going to happen when given the Packers, he'll be available, and they won't draft him. I don't. You can't even tell you how many times that's happened.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the plight of most fans. I as a Dolphins fan, I know I feel that way many times. I've watched somebody I've wanted to be there come by, T. Higgins last year, and not get drafted by them. So I fully understand that. TJ, Arizona Cardinals, are you targeting Chase Edmonds right now in your best ball formats? I know his essentially has got his ADP pretty high. So I was curious if you're biting at that ADP or if you're letting others do it.
Yeah, I mean, after they sign James Conner, I mean, you got to think it's kind of going to be, or at least they're going to try to do a split like they're going to last year. So in a traditional redraft format, if you're targeting a Chase Edmonds, he's going to be one of those players that by the time the bye weeks roll around, you're going to be very, very tempted to drop him. He's more probably going to end up being like a pseudo zero running back candidate in championship leagues like the Underdog tournaments. He's going to be that's the kind of player you're going to want to be targeting, like a Kareem Hunt last year. But in traditional redraft, he's just going to be one of those players that you're going to be really tempted to cut early in the season, unless there's an injury or something.
Yeah, I would add to that the Connor just is going to replace Drake,
right?
In all likelihood. So maybe Edmonds takes more of a role, but unless Connor falls flat on his face, and Drake wasn't exactly lighting it up last year as a runner, and they kept feeding him. I don't think they want to use Edmonds as a bell cow. So I would just, I think you may have Edmonds as a little bit higher in PPR and then Connor higher in standard.
Yeah, I agree with that thunder lightning dynamic from them. I think we had a bit of thunder struck in Las Vegas, and they just did whatever they wanted again, and sort of blew up some mock drafts. Drafted Alex Leatherwood with the 17th overall pick.
So not Rashad Bateman.
So not Rashad Bateman. Good for you. But Leatherwood, I didn't have him as a first rounder. I know there is a number of people who didn't have him as a first rounder, but Mayock and Gruden are going to do whatever they want. They've got their own evaluation. And at this point, I don't even know why I tried projecting them.
Yeah, at some point you get so used to, evaluating the draft for television that you have the ego that you have the final say and know exactly what the best player is. And both of those guys have an experience doing that. So it's pretty crazy.
So, I think there's been some talk about Elijah Vera Tucker sliding out to tackle. Did the Raiders just panic and make a horrible decision like they always do?
Cut out?
No, he's still on.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did the Raiders just panic when they saw Vera Tucker going off the board, thinking they'd slide him outside and just panic, pick Leatherwood? Is that why they're?
I mean, I still think
is that why they're botching a draft again?
I think you could have gone. Darisaw, and if you wanted even more value, you need a right tackle because you trade Trent Brown to the Patriots for, a late round pick. Tevin Jenkins is also there, and I think if you look at on a majority of mock drafts and or big boards, you'll find that those guys are both ahead. And we'll just look at the consensus big board on The Athletic. Arif Hassan puts this together every year. It's 300 players deep, but it is basically there's like 75 big boards that he collects from people around the league and on Twitter, and he uses wisdom of the crowds to sort of build a draft board, and it's a great resource. So they have Tevin Jenkins as the 21st ranked prospect, and then they've got Leatherwood here as the 45th best prospect. So we're talking about a mid-second rounder, and even ESPN right now is using their pick probability thing, and it's a 60% chance of being available at pick 46.
Yeah. And Washington and Indy both in the running for a tackle, probably doing backflips with the Raiders making that pick there.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two better ones on the board for them to get. And, Darisaw, is he having a slide because of these recent, they recently talked about him playing with lower leg injuries and ankles. And is he sliding because of that? Because he's the 14th overall player on this big board.
So you're forgetting Mike Mayock likes Alabama, Clemson. Like, those are the teams he likes. So I think that's probably the bulk of it. I think Mike Mayock watched more Alabama, didn't watch that much Virginia Tech, didn't watch that much Oklahoma State, and decided that was the guy he was going to go with.
Yeah, JP earlier in the 4for4 Slack talked about maybe going teamless if the Packers get rid of Rodgers, and I just want to say, as an ex-Raiders fan, it's very liberating, JP, and I highly encourage going teamless.
What is it that prompted you to give up the Raiders?
John Gruden. It was a cumulative effort by the franchise. Leaving California again, and then signing Gruden to a 10-year deal, combined with my many winnings in DFS playing against them, have all combined to.
Yeah, this certainly would give me the excuse I need if I wanted to depart. I was venting at the start of this that it's just the biggest own goal I've seen if they end up trading away the reigning MVP who has said he wanted to retire a Packer in the past. But I still have hope. He's still on the team. Denver is looking like very iffy, if not doubtful, and Rashad Bateman's on the board.
I remember Aaron Rodgers is a savvy dude. Like, this might be these leaks and the things he's saying. It really might be his way of controlling and manipulating the media and saying to the Packers brass, "Look, get me some help. Get me some help this year."
And by doing that today, he certainly put the microscope on this draft. If it wasn't already on Gutekunst and whatever he's going to do, like if they don't draft a receiver in the first couple rounds or get him some help, it's going to probably inflame the entire Packer fan base again. So I'm very interested to see who's available at 29 or who's getting into the 20s. Elijah Moore, Bateman, two guys that Matt Harmon's really high on in terms of route running, and I think they're ready to contribute immediately. If they are on the board in the 20s, do they make a move to move up, knowing that the Ravens are there, the Titans are there, and they have some need at receiver as well?
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little lull in the wide receiver, or at least the positional player action here. Like I think that Washington, New York, and Colts are all teams that don't really have positional players ranked very high. So I think Tennessee is where we might see right before Tennessee is where Packers would make that pick, doing something with the Colts maybe at 21.
Well, interestingly, the Giants were linked to Devonta Smith, which I thought was sort of strange, given that they signed Galladay and they got Sterling Shepard and Darius Slayton and Evan Ingram already catching passes. But maybe they fell in love with another receiver, or maybe they're just traded down and they're going to do something else. But the Colts, you could see the Washington taking a receiver. It would be surprising, I think, with Curtis Samuel being signed there. The Colts brought back T.Y. Hilton. It's still a need for them, I would think. I mean, they got Pittman.
They've spent the past 2 twos though on wide receiver and Pittman and
they got
Paris Campbell.
Yeah, Campbell coming back healthy, I think, is maybe their draft pick at receiver, possibly this year. So then you start getting into the Titans, who have a huge need at receiver. Vikings should be okay. Steelers should be okay. Jaguars should be okay. Browns should be okay. And then the Ravens, Saints, and then the Packers. So, moving up 3 or 4 picks is a lot more palatable, I think, to the Packers as they showed last year.
And even if they sit tight, John, there's good receivers in this draft. I've got 7 receivers that I would consider like first round type players.
I have my heart set.
I love Rashad Bateman. Right, he's Bateman. Number 2 on my board in receivers. So
is Moore number 1, or do you have
Chase is number? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean overall.
Overall, you have Bateman.
Yeah, Chase and then Bateman. So, but I love Elijah Moore. I'd be a great fit in Tennessee, but he'd also be a great fit in Green Bay. So,
yeah. I was just going to say that Terrace Marshall was getting a lot of buzz, but apparently they've cooled off. The NFL has cooled off on him a little bit due to the injury situation with him. So maybe he's going to fall.
Yep. With that, though, the only thing I don't like about Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, Kadarius Toney in Green Bay is that it forces Devontae Adams out of the slot. At least with Rashad Bateman, he can play inside and outside, and it just gives them ability to be flexible, because I think Devontae Adams is at his best when he's in the slot, because I've seen him just murder the Bears there on slants all day. So, and
I saw a personnel guy say that the Packers just don't take off those, don't draft those sawed-off receivers very often, if at all. Like, they don't take short receivers. They don't take big receivers either. And they usually hit somebody in the 6 to 6'2" range, although St. Brown's taller. I think Marquez Valdes-Scantling 6'2", 6'3". They just haven't gone real short with their guys. So I wonder if these 5'10", 5'9" guys are really on their board at all. Rondale Moore is also on the smaller side. Rashad Bateman is 6 foot. He just looks to me like one of these Packer receivers.
Yeah. No, I'd love that fit.
Since we're on the topic of the rookie wide receivers right now, something I wanted to bring up when I first got on, but I never really got a chance to talk about it. Coming into today, Jamar Chase was the only wide receiver going in the top 100 in Underdog best ball leagues. I think, we'll obviously see some of these guys jump, especially probably Devontae Smith now and then. If the Packers and Titans draft someone, we'll probably see a little spike. But Jamar Chase is going as the wide receiver 28, which sounds kind of high for a rookie. That's kind of like 200 PPR points expectation. We've seen 7 wide receivers over the last 5 years hit 200 PPR points. So I think he's fairly priced, but if his price gets even close to in those wide receiver 2s, wide receiver 24, I think he's too expensive. JP, do you think Jamar is probably going to be right around that 25 to 30 range when you do rankings?
Well, I earlier on the stream, there's been 6 receivers drafted inside the top 7 picks, and they've averaged 120 targets and about 1,000 yards receiving. And you said about 200 PPR?
Yeah, it sounds.
Yeah, they've averaged 210.
Okay.
And the Bengals with Burrow there, solid quarterback. They've got 9 targets available, vacated because of AJ Green leaving. I think he's got at least a wide receiver 2 role waiting for him, and probably 1, because he's more talented than T. Higgins.
Sure.
So, and no tight end to speak of, really. I mean, I got Uzomah coming back. So I could definitely see him hitting that 120, 130 target mark fairly easily. I think, what is it, 7th round I saw the Underdog? That's not bad right now.
It's not too bad. Let's see. Right now, over the last week, he's 66 pick overall, so a little bit higher than 7th, but
6th round, middle of 6th round. That's you're, who he's being drafted near is the key. because it all depends on positional depth. You got Beckham behind him, DJ Chark, Smith-Schuster, Robbie Anderson, Deebo Samuel, Marquise Brown, and then right ahead of him, Will Fuller, who I would expect to take a little bit of a dip, Cortland Sutton, Tyler Boyd. I mean, I think he'll pass Tyler Boyd because Boyd's going to take a hit.
So Jamin Davis to Washington is honestly a fantastic landing spot. He instantly, I think, becomes the best linebacker in Washington. They don't really have much there, and I talked him up, I think, as a early sleeper when I was talking about the rookie linebackers on my podcast earlier. I think even with his limited coverage, he's still going to need to be on the field really fast. From what I saw, just doesn't waste any motion in his closing. Really efficient tackler. He's not going to miss tackles, so he's not going to leave fantasy points on the field, and he's got really good length and a pretty good tackle area. So I think he's one of the guys in Washington. I think he immediately fits the mold and really early favorite for a 3-down roll. So I really like the landing spot for Jamin Davis.
What do you think
they're
of
gonna
Jalen
be in the
Phillips
mix.
from Miami? Oh, sorry.
I would say they're going to be in the mix for the top defense in the league. I mean, if they weren't already now, right?
I mean, from a pass rushing standpoint, yeah, they're gonna, they get to the quarterback for sure.
Yeah, they were sneaky good last year, fantasy defense.
Yep.
I mean, in addition to that, they've got two big guys up front who can jam it up and just let Jamin run sideline to sideline.
Yeah, he's going to be clean. Yeah, Jamin Davis is going to be clean with that line up front.
I mean, the line up front is going to give this guy so many opportunities. I saw his 40 time and I thought it was fucking fake. Like, that's how fast this dude was. And he was 6'4", 235?
Yep.
So he's long, limber, and some of his best plays come in coverage. So I really like this fit. A lot of the rumors coming out late were that Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was going to be the pick, but they feel that Jamin's a more traditional linebacker, and they already have a couple guys on the back end and Landon Collins who they feel can play this sort of hybrid safety linebacker role. So that made that, I guess that pushed him up to be a more traditional linebacker as the pick here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Washington finished third in total DVOA, defensive DVOA last year. Pittsburgh finished first. If we look at weighted DVOA, which Chris earlier mentioned, kind of shows you how they're performing down the stretch, actually finished still third, but ahead of the Steelers. So Washington definitely can be that top defense this year.
And they were doing that with John Bostic at linebacker. So plugging in somebody like this is a big boon for them. Absolutely. So Miami also took Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher from Miami. Injuries are really the issue with him because he pretty much medically retired 2 years ago and then came back and had a great season. I mean, he looks great. His tape looks great. But the concern is always, do you use a first-round pick on a player with those kinds of medical flags? Anthony, what do you think of Jalen Phillips in Miami and as a prospect?
I'm pissed off at myself because I've had that mocked for so long, but I eventually moved it. So I'm having an internal struggle over this, but I love it. I mean, linebacker / edge were probably Miami's two biggest needs. They had a great defense last year at forcing turnovers, but we know that forcing turnovers can be inherently fluky from season to season. We've seen it with the Chicago Bears. We've seen it with the Steelers in the past. We've seen it with the Jaguars. So how do they go out and repeat defensive performance? You add pieces to it. And he is by far their best edge rusher from day one. Their lack of depth there. They got some interesting play out of Emmanuel Ogbah last season, but they need a number one guy, and I think Phillips can definitely do that. So I think this is a home run pick. And you had your pick of edge rushers here. So you had the first edge rusher on the board. You could have taken whoever you wanted. There was rumors that Phillips was going to be one of those guys, but he fell. But I love the pick, and You do that ahead of the Giants here, who moved back to 20, and now after they move back to 20, are they going edge rusher?
Yeah,
They are going receiver. They're going Kadarius Toney.
Are you fuck?
Wow.
Just to talk a little bit about him, this is the one guy that I wanted the Packers to sort of avoid. Not that everybody's interested in the Packers, but it's just my night.
Sure.
According to Matt Harmon,
therapy session for you, John. It's okay. With all therapy.
Matt Harmon called his route running disorganized. He is electric in the open field, potential to be the next Deebo Samuel. Needs to join an offense with a creative mind and a forgiving quarterback. So I didn't think that Rodgers really qualified as a forgiving quarterback, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But apparently they did want to go receiver. They've got Toney.
Well, I mean, at this point, you're drafting Kadarius Toney because he's outright going to be a replacement for Sterling Shepard in the slot. That's my only guess. You look at Kadarius Toney. I think he's pretty much a slot-only player. But in addition to that, he is a bit of a Swiss Army knife. He's a former quarterback. He's on the shorter side. His jumps, like, out of this world. Like, his vertical and his broad jump, crazy jumper. He's basically one of the more explosive wide receivers there are at the position. He it's not like he lacked upside, but he definitely lacks polish. And now we're going to see how that works with Daniel Jones, who isn't polished himself. And then also he's got to work with Jason Garrett, who's shown, no inkling of creativity. Like, if you like Toney as a prospect, and he was already in dynasty drafts, a second-round pick, I don't see how you're excited about this landing spot.
I'm with you, and I like him as a prospect. I see him as that Swiss Army knife, right? So I see him as a playmaker, somebody, a better football player than a fantasy player, because I think he's someone you can give him the ball out of the backfield several times a game, line him up in the slot, and just kind of see what he can do to help your offense in that regard. And I'm with you. I hate it for the Giants. I don't think it makes sense. I don't think Daniel Jones is going to be able to make the best use of him, nor do I think Jason Garrett will. So this is a head scratcher for me. I don't know why they didn't go with the defensive side of the ball.
Is he as good as Deebo Samuel?
Differently good, right? Deebo is more like a freight train after the catch. Like, Kadarius Toney's going to make you miss a little bit more. Okay. That's kind of the way I'd look at him. More Percy Harvin style. So,
yeah, I think that this is okay. It's good for Daniel Jones. Another weapon. Not great for Sterling Shepard. I think Slayton is already in trouble with Galladay taking a lot of those air yards.
Yeah, because that was Slayton's role. Slayton was run downfield. That's what he was there for.
And Shepard is better out of the slot. Mm-hmm. I believe his yards per route run out of the slot are better than when he's outside. So we'll see how quickly Toney takes over that role. Obviously, whenever these things happen, it's like, okay, you're trying to fit a new, like a first round receiver into an offense that already has their spots filled, and somebody's got to suffer. There just aren't enough targets to go around when you're returning Shepard, Ingram, Slayton, and then you're adding Galladay.
Yep, and I'm going to interrupt with Phillips, at least from an IDP standpoint. I think it's going to be important to see what kind of position eligibility he gets in leagues. He could be a linebacker, he could be a defensive end. I know some leagues, hopefully some of your leagues will give either an edge designation or multiple designations. But Miami's defense was pretty interesting last year. They put 5 guys up on the edge with Van Ginkel. They had Wilkins, Raekwon Davis, and they had Agba, and they had Kyle Van Noy. Well, Kyle Van Noy is gone, so you could see Phillips kind of filling that Kyle Van Noy role. But he's pretty simple. He's, just keep him on the edge. Don't drop him into coverage. Let him get to the quarterback. He's got good moves. His sacks weren't lucky last year, so he had a good plan to get to the quarterback. So I think he's going to be a good option in your bigger play scoring formats that reward a little bit more for sacks as opposed to tackles. He's going to get his share of tackles, but I think his plays. I think his contribution is definitely going to come more on the pass rush getting to the quarterback and getting those sacks. So definitely keep an eye on his position eligibility, but I think he's going to definitely have his chance to get to the quarterback.
Yeah. Hey, gentlemen, I'm about to call it. I think you guys got Justin coming up here pretty soon. But thank you for
TJ. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Happy draft day. Happy draft weekend.
All right. Talk to you
later, man.
Later, guys.
So what do we think of the Giants offense? Like, are we buying any of this while we've got a little bit of time here? Because the question really comes down to all these weapons, all this talent. Is Daniel Jones any good? That's really what it comes down to.
We're going to find out.
We're going
to find out. That's for sure.
Basically, we've got a Tua versus Daniel Jones like showdown, and one of these guys has to step up because the offenses that have been put in place around them are better than a lot of these teams can say. Like, they've got weapons. They've got, a pretty decent O-line. I still think they should have just hammered away at the O-lines a little more for Daniel Jones because Will Hernandez, he was a top pick there in the second round a couple of years ago, but he hasn't really shown up. Andrew Thomas last year, high pick, early growing pains, but then it looked like he was starting to put it together at the end of the year. So maybe they've got two of the positions figured out. They paid a lot of money for Nate Solder, but he's up there in his 30s now. How much can we expect from them? It just seems like a very luxurious pick, and when you're not the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I don't think you can make luxury picks.
Yeah, it seems like there was other routes they could have gone. I wanted to ask you, John, this is definitely not really draft topic, but since we're talking Giants brought in Devontae Booker. Do you think they intend to use him, or do you think they intend him to be the backup? I know that there have been rumors about them wanting to bring Barkley's workload down a little bit to help preserve him as he comes back. Do you think that we might see more of a two-back system than we've seen in years past?
I don't think that they're going to play Booker at expense of Barkley. They might try to keep his touches under 20 a game. I don't know what they paid Booker. Maybe you could look that up as I'm rambling. Daniel Jones.
Too damn much.
Daniel Jones, 11 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He played 14 games, under 3,000 yards passing. And this was with Evan Ingram getting 16 games, Slayton playing 16 games, Golden Tate played 12, Shepard played 12. He was without his running back Barkley, which I'm sure hurt him in terms of just offensive efficiency. If you have Barkley back there instead of Wayne Gallman, your running game's more of a threat. But this is not this is a very disappointing year for Jones. Anybody that was expecting him to maybe take a Josh Allen leap or something like that, the weapons were there. They're adding even more now with Galladay and Tony Barkley. And Barkley coming back. He has no excuses, as Anthony alluded to. It's just him and Tua, a death match to whether or not either one of them is going to fail, given the weapons that they now have around him. I don't feel great about his OC, Garrett. I don't feel like he's top half.
That's a good spot. Sorry.
So what'd you see?
Kwity Paye to the Colts.
Oh yeah,
that is a home run. That is a really good spot. Colts really on the edge. They lost Justin Houston and really don't have just a bunch of guys. Kamiko Toure is always hurt, but he's been decent. But what's that?
Didn't they also sign their second leading sack getter signed with Tennessee?
Yeah, so this is a really good spot for Paye, really from an IDP standpoint for sure. So, I guess, like Ohio State quarterbacks, Michigan defensive players always now have a bias of their transition to the NFL. But looking at his 3-cone drill, he had a 6.5, I think, 3-cone. So he has a really good lateral movement, lands in a 4-3 base. So he's a defensive end who can also stop the run. if he develops a few moves, because he's basically a bull rusher, but if he can develop a move or two, he could really develop. But I really like the spot, and I think he'll probably be he's looking like the rookie DL1, I think, right now.
No, I agree with all that. I had him pegged here. I think this is the best spot for him. I didn't think there was a chance that either Philadelphia or the Giants earlier in the draft could grab them. Basically, a lot of people are saying he's a Brandon Graham clone. He's not going to be a guy who's going to get double-digit sacks, but he could be in that
pressure monster.
8 to 9 range, a lot of pressure, a lot of disruptions. He can move inside on occasions. I think he's going to move around the field and be a big part of this offense or defense, excuse me.
Yeah.
And he's going to be a problem for some offenses. I still think they might bring back Justin Houston, honestly, because their second edge rusher, edge spot is still a major problem. But he pay at least serves a DE2 or edge 2 on that team. I love the fit.
Yep.
2 years, $5.5 million for Devontae Booker, by the way. So not a big investment, John. Just to kind of throw that out there.
You know what it's bigger than? The league minimum to Wayne Gallman.
Absolutely.
Gallman was actually good for them last year. He's solid.
I like Wayne Gallman.
See, Gallman suffers from bad name bias. Like he just has a bad football name.
He does.
Wayne Gallman. Like, it does not roll off the tongue. It's not cool to have Wayne Gallman on your fantasy team. None of this is good.
I would say it's not really a good sports name in general. I was trying to think like he should play, but then I was like, no, he should.
Maybe baseball. That sounds like a baseball name.
He should be an accountant or something along those lines. Something. He should do one of my desk jobs. That's what he should do.
So the Titans are on the clock, and I'm bracing here. They got 3 minutes left. I'm bracing here for a receiver, so I'm interested to see who they draft.
So a lot of the mocks say Elijah Moore. A lot of mocks say that they like him, and he'd be a good fit there. That would keep Josh Reynolds outside, which makes a lot of people happy, since Josh Reynolds is somebody that's been scooped up late in best ball leagues. I know that I've been grabbing him in underdog leagues. I've been able to get him very late in drafts, and the potential target share in Tennessee would be good if he takes Corey Davis' spot. Elijah Moore would help him keep that spot, so that's what I'm rooting for. So you and I will both be sad if Rashad Bateman goes right here.
Oh yeah, I may just drop off the stream and go take a walk.
Mike, back to the defensive ends, just real quick. How does Kwity Paye compare as a prospect to Jalen Phillips? Because these two defensive ends go in kind of similar thing. I saw mocks kind of flipping them a lot. I saw them both going as high as top 12 and as low as bottom 20s.
I think from an IDP standpoint, I looked at him as kind of the 1A, 1B. There was also a couple other guys that I liked on the edge that still haven't been picked. But again, not elite, but they have potential to be really good players. But they're like I said, the 1A, 1B. But yeah, they're kind of they kind of would flip. They were going to flip flop based on the spot. Like I said, I think Paye edges him out a little bit because of where he is in Indy. But a few guys that still haven't been taken, and I'm going to be so upset if Baltimore gets Olujari, because I also really like him as well.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't kind of rooting for Olujari or JOK to go to Miami, but to go to the Dolphins. So yeah, I like both those players a lot as well. Didn't miss anything, Anthony. Still kind of just wondering if Tennessee's going to pull the trigger on a receiver, which is and John waiting with bated breath, hoping that it's not his favorite receiver. So
I mean, to me, a lot of people have tied Elijah Moore to the Tennessee Titans, a lot more than have tied Rashad Bateman. So I think it'd be a little bit of an upset to see Bateman go to them. I'm not sure why. I think he's a better receiver, as we talked about. I think he's more position fluid.
John's getting giddy hearing all about it.
Kaylee Farley Or Caleb Farley.
Okay.
Went to Tennessee.
Oh, good.
So he went
that
defense.
works for me. That works for me because then that means the Browns won't take him, and I just can't see. I don't want to see him on the Browns just because of the back issues. Just totally throws me off.
I mean, the Tennessee Titans have been a team that has taken chances on guys with medical issues.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it with Jeffrey Simmons. So I guess it's not a surprise to see them go with the guy who's sliding down the board just a little bit based on, a pretty major back injury, and people who have talked about the back injury are concerned about it long term because it's not just a one-time injury.
Mm-hmm.
It's now been 2 injuries to the back. They might be different, but there's still 2 injuries to the back, and he's also had, I believe, an ACL tear earlier in his career that has now just been reported.
And we're joined by Justin Edwards, our buddy over at 4 for 4. How you doing, Justin?
I'm doing great, guys. Are you sick of talking about college kids yet?
I want to hear your take on Alex Leatherwood in the middle of the first round.
It's early by 20 to 30 or more picks, I would assume. Not stoked on it, honestly.
No, we were pretty shocked.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going to stick them, to be honest.
What are your take? I mean, you're our
reach.
You are our offensive line expert. So, what are your takeaways from the offensive line standpoint in the first half of this draft?
Everything up to that point was pretty much by the books. It seemed like they were like Cincinnati was definitely going to go Chase instead of Sewell. I really liked the Chargers pick at 13. That wasn't a big surprise. I had Slater in the top 10 as a prop, but once he left there, I figured he was going to the Chargers. I love that a lot. They've got Balaga on the right side now. They got Filer and Lindsey.
Lindsley.
Yeah. So
they love those Packer cast off offensive linemen.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well about building a line out of the Green Bay roughage.
I got a question for you, Jess. So obviously they're doing they're really focusing on protecting Justin Herbert, which I applaud. I think that's a great strategy when you've got a young quarterback. But with Slater and Lindsley and Fiedler, that's 3 starters that interjecting into 5 spots. Like, is continuity a thing for the offensive line? Is that something that any worries about, or is it just that talent trumps here?
Yeah, I mean, continuity is definitely a thing, and it's something that I would like to put into a number at some point. I don't know exactly how to go about that. But continuity is a thing. You can't really throw a statistic to it. I think at some point you can kind of trump it with talent, but with all those new faces, maybe they're not maybe they don't have the ceiling to be a top 3 unit. Maybe they're like a top 8 unit or something like that, but that's still incredibly respectful.
So real quick, if I could interject something IDP wise, I just saw a tweet from Kyle Odegaard, writer for Arizona Cardinals, and take this for what it's worth. Steve Kimes said Zaven Collins is going to play the mic, so he's going to play more in the middle. So that puts him in contention to wear the green dot and call the plays.
Yeah, that's always good.
So that clears a little bit up on for IDP. So that's, I guess, good news right now. We'll kind of see what happens during the offseason. But if he's going to call the plays, then all aboard, choo-choo on the Zaven Collins train.
Does that cement Jordan Hicks as someone you want to drop or move or get off your rosters?
I was actually off of him last year.
Okay.
I started getting off of him last year just because I knew his play from 19 wasn't going to be sustainable, and the addition of Isaiah Simmons I also thought was going to eat into his production. So that's just going to continue to domino effect and snowball. So Hicks won't be anybody I'll probably actively target.
Okay. I know his contract is still pretty big for because he came over and signed that big deal for Arizona. So his contract he's at least going to be on that roster next year. But you're right. Yeah, it's if he's not going to wear the dot anymore, that tremendously hurts Hicks's value. So somebody that was already going downhill. Tennessee goes so. John, are you more interested in Josh Reynolds now? We talked a little bit about Josh Reynolds before the pick, but now that Tennessee didn't go wide receiver, does that kind of open your eyes a little bit?
Well, I think Reynolds was already on the radar, but you just were wondering what impact receivers are they going to add. Mm-hmm. But I think they kind of wanted him to come in and take that Corey Davis role. I think that's the idea. Is he as good as Corey Davis? I mean, I think before last season, we were kind of writing Davis off as a bust, or at least somebody that hasn't achieved what we thought we were going to get out of him. Former, early first-round pick?
Corey Davis. He was top 10, I think.
Top 10, right? So I think they probably were looking at Reynolds as a guy who has been behind Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp, a couple of tight ends always there with the Rams, and just was sort of a third, fourth option. And when he's been able to see an extensive number of targets, he has actually produced. And I think he scored at least one touchdown or two touchdowns when I saw him live against the Packers. So avoiding that landmine in the first round of maybe a Rashad Bateman, or even Elijah Moore, just going in a completely different direction and drafting a defense. So that's good for Reynolds. And it's also good for Anthony Firkser, who is a real sleeper at tight end. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too excited about it because it really wasn't a great spot for Jonnu Smith last year, although he was like a low-end tight end 1 or a high-end tight end 2. I mean, Firkser should play almost every down if this trend can, or at least if he goes in as a starter. He's produced in spots as well. So right now that pick is probably good for both of them.
Okay. And he flashed. He looked pretty good at times. Like Firkser looks pretty good at times with Smith.
He had a 100-yard game, I believe, last year. And we know that there's targets up for grabs with Tennessee. So it's possible that, Reynolds and Firkser are on the radar in fantasy drafts.
Sure. Justin, while we wait for the Vikings pick, Penei Sewell goes to the Lions. Definitely one of the blue chippers in this draft. Are you as high on Penei Sewell as everyone else? And does this make you more interested in the Detroit offense in general?
For the first question, I definitely think that Sewell is right up there. I think the gap between him and Slater was probably a little thinner than it was made out to be through the process. I really like how technical Slater is, and Penei is just like a freak athletically. So he'll get there. He'll start right off the bat, of course, and be a cornerstone. I don't know what it does for me. They have a pretty decent offensive line now. So presuming if Penei goes to left tackle, they'd probably throw over Taylor Decker the right side. They've got Ragnow at center. They've got Big V at the guard. But yeah, I don't know.
Crosby probably bumps over to one of those guard spots or plays swing tackle too. So they've got some options, which is something for the first time you could say about the Lions offensive line.
Right. So they've got, like you're saying, they've got a little depth there too. I don't know who it boosts for me, to be honest. I guess it would be Swift. I don't really have a lot of confidence in Goff to promote other people.
So we got to pick.
Yeah, Minnesota. Minnesota.
The Vikings took tackle Christian Darrisaw.
Oh, yeah, nice.
This is amazing because this is who I had them at 14. Like moving down, like Minnesota always does, collecting extra picks and still getting Christian Darrisaw, who basically started playing left tackle from day one at Virginia Tech. Has a chance to do that again here. They've got a massive hole at left tackle. Like this is a home run for the Vikings. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
I love it. Like, I don't have much else to say. Like, just hit it out the park. Let's go.
So Justin, Tyler Strong asks, does this mean Dalvin Cook is the RB1?
The RB1?
Uh-huh.
No, but he's an RB1. He's at least one of them. Darrisaw is great. I was thinking that the Colts might have taken him just a couple picks ago. So this is great for Minnesota. They lost Reef. They get to stick in Darrisaw right there. This Darisaw was some people's like number one offensive tackle. I don't know that I would go that high myself, but some people really, really loved this tape. So that's great. Great for the Vikings to get him this far down the line.
A tweet from Arif Hassan. Vikings traded back from 14 to gain picks and still got their 14th overall player on their board.
That's amazing.
With Darisaw.
Gotta love that.
Hassan's amazing, man. That's my guy right there. That we talked about it earlier with the consensus big board. Yeah, I mean, I would take Christian Darisaw over Alex Leatherwood any day of the week, any street you want to see them fight on. I'm taking Christian Darisaw.
That's after the draft, right? After the draft, certain prospects.
They could do it right now.
Yeah,
like I'm cool with watching that. I mean, we've already got concerts. We got Kid Cudi doing soundboards. Might as well just have backyard brawl in the middle of this fight. Like let's go. Like we're already watching a YouTube video.
Yeah, does Goodell still get to hug everybody if this happens? Like that's like before the fight, does he still get to go out and hug everybody?
It's a 3-way hug and then they break.
He hugs the winner extra long.
Hugs the winner extra long.
That's who gets the little peck on the cheek.
Yeah.
So the Steelers are on the clock. So what do we think here? The pick is in. Najee Harris, is that everybody's assuming that, right?
I mean, the thing that I didn't expect with the Steelers is I didn't expect either Christian Darisaw or Tevin Jenkins to be on the board when they picked. Tevin Jenkins is still on the board, so that sort of gives me a little bit of worry. But I just think when you look at the Steelers and you look at how they just lost all identity last year, that they are going to do something to change that. I would do that by adding Tevin Jenkins, who's a dirty, dirty dude. But I don't think, from everything we've heard, I think they're going Najee just because of his size. And you want to talk about Matt Canada and how he can use receivers or his running backs as receivers. I just don't think it matters when it comes to Pittsburgh Steeler and Pittsburgh Steeler football.
I mean, taking off my Browns hat, looking at it, you can't have Ben Roethlisberger at his age throwing the ball 40 to 50 times a game.
I see that. That definitely makes sense.
And I'm with you.
As much as I would love for him to get, as much as I want him to get beat up, I mean, like I said, I got to kind of remove some of my bias here. Yeah.
They took Harris.
They took Najee Harris. Okay.
Yeah. So you're immediately, let me pull up my RB rankings here. You immediately look at him as a 15 to 20 touch guy. I mean, I don't. Do they even bother trying to ease him in? I mean, running back typically is the first rookie position where you can just plug a guy in.
Just plug a guy in.
They're totally fine.
Yeah.
I would think Swift at 16, Carson 15, Mixon 14 right now, Melvin Gordon. I have Melvin Gordon high. I have him at 13. I think after Barkley, Taylor, Robinson, or Akers, you start to look at Harris as high-end RB2, maybe a low-end RB1 by the end of the season. I just don't think this Steeler offense is quite as potent as it once was, so I probably would lean more towards a middle-of-the-road RB2 for Harris.
Harris also does everything well. He catches the ball well.
Yeah. I can
He's
see
a
his
powerful
floor
back.
being like RB15.
Yeah, which is there's a third-round ADP in Underdog leagues. Up to this point, you got to think that's going to shoot up. I could see that being a pretty huge jump in ADP. So if you're drafting somehow right now and you're on the clock and it's the third round, take Najee Harris now because tomorrow he's going to be going probably late first, second round, I imagine. That's probably where his ADP will jump to. But I get you, John. Like it's hard to think that the Steelers are still the Steelers when we look at what that offense has been the last 2 years.
I mean, we're looking at him as a 3-down back. Just
He
basically
profiles that way.
He would come out just for a rest with Benny Snell or somebody backing him up. Okay.
Yeah. He profiles. He catches the ball very well.
Yeah, I think he's a 3-down back. There's nothing I've seen that makes me think he can't catch, and I know he can pass protect. So that gives me a lot of security in his game. Najee is a great fit here. Just looking at Najee Harris, you think if he wore a blank jersey, you'd think it's a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey. Like he's just one of those dudes. So I'm excited for this fit, man. Like I can't wait to see how this plays out. The question I have for you, John, is: do you think he's going to be, in the Clyde Edwards-Helaire range, or if he's still a second, third round swing pick?
Yeah, I'm pulling up my stats from the draft in the back half of the first round. I just did outside the top 10 first round running backs that played at least 14 games. They average 166 carries, 685 yards, 30 catches, 252 yards receiving. But we've got a couple of weird cases in here. We got Rashad Penny, and we've got
nearly a nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Javid Best, who he did have 171 carries, but he had 58 catches, so he did get enough in terms of work. But then we have David Wilson as well, and only 5 of them, so the sample's too small. With this, you're just looking at the fit, and you're looking at what they traditionally have done. They typically go with an RB1, and they let him run. You would think that he could push 275, 300 touches if he stays healthy.
And I guess the next question actually could be for Justin. What about the offensive line in Pittsburgh?
I mean, they need help for sure.
Yeah.
They lost Feeler, who was great last year. He was very, very good last year.
Yeah, they're going to lose Alejandro.
Yep. They lost Pouncey.
Yep. Pouncey retired. So they have David DeCastro
and David DeCastro's played declined last year.
Yeah. Well, he's been in the league. This is his 10th season this year. So
that happened fast.
Yeah.
I mean, they need a lot of help, but their most glaring need has got to be left tackle. But when you're looking at a running back, you almost want them to have a better center.
Mm-hmm.
Centers are the pivots for run games. Like if you have a good center, good things usually happen.
Mm-hmm.
So not to get everybody excited, this is not a Green Bay Packer podcast or stream, but
sure it is.
They're only 5 picks away. Moore and Bateman are still on the board. We have the Jaguars, the Browns, the Ravens, the Saints, and the Packers. So
all
Browns are going to be
potentially take wide receivers.
I think the Browns are going to be very interesting. Everybody's taking defense, but they're paying Beckham and Landry. That'll be $30 million next year, and then even Rashard Higgins, they only signed him to 1 year, so it'll be interesting to see if they go wide receiver or if they go Bateman. But everybody's penning them at defense. This is going to be a very interesting, few picks up until Green Bay. But
so, Justin, let me ask you this: what is the status of the Packer offensive line in your estimation? I know they lost Lindsley, so they might kick Jenkins to center. He played some center last year, but they might not. What do you think they need?
He played everywhere last year.
Yeah,
it was pretty impressive. I think they were still fine last year.
Bakhtiari tore his ACL late.
Yeah,
and that hurt him against the Bucs. If he's back, I guess he's ahead of schedule. So let's assume he starts. He's ready to go.
Yeah,
and Jenkins was pretty good.
He can play anywhere. I'd prefer to keep Jenkins on the inside, and then they could probably use they could use an inside offensive lineman as well. Billy Turner's been off and on. He's been okay throughout.
He was playing right tackle for them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they got Wagner. Or they did have Wagner.
He hasn't been very good for them, though, has he?
Yeah, I think they might have let Wagner go.
They tend to, with the guards, just kind of film, but they don't tend to have very good guards. Not since they let Wally and what's his face walk way back when.
Yeah, if they could get like a
because I was thinking the first couple picks.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the first couple picks here, if you really want to try, I mean, this is a big storyline tonight, trying to keep Aaron Rodgers happy. If you draft a receiver and you draft a tackle or something, offensive line, and then a receiver or vice versa, that would be sending a message that we're trying to take care of you. And of course, every Sunday for the last 16 years has been watching Aaron Rodgers just shred defenses. So I'm just trying to I'm trying to speak it into existence.
If you could squeeze like a Landon Dickerson in like tomorrow,
Yeah.
after presumably a wide receiver tonight, or maybe if like a Wyatt Davis keeps falling because he had a pretty questionable 2020, something like that. But Landon Dickerson would be nice because he's got some flexibility too. He won the
I like him. I
Remington.
think he's a day one guy. I think he can start
Yeah.
right away, Dickerson.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would have thought that cornerback would have been a need for him, and maybe it still is. But they gave Kevin King $6 million after his dreadful year, and maybe they know something that we don't in terms of his health last year, because he was trending better than what he played last year, and he's a longer guy, but he was just getting beat left and right last year. So I wonder what they're going to do here. I mean, my MO here is there's always a guy I want on offense, and they always pass on him. And they end up getting the guy, like they have the opportunity to take the guy I want, and they don't do it. So I don't know if this year is going to be any different.
If Creed Humphrey lasts until the third round, you guys could possibly target him, and then he with Jenkins could offer a lot of flexibility in the inside.
Uh-oh. Mike's laughing.
No,
that means there was a
because Goodell sat in the chair. He's
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Hey, we have a big pick for fantasy purposes.
oh
Okay.
boy.
Travis
Yeah, we do.
Etienne.
Oh god.
Oh, my God.
Clemson
James
combo.
Robinson owners are now that
Oh,
sound that you
no.
You know
hearing
Jacksonville?
James, James.
You had a
Robinson
chance to
owners.
sell
Oh no!
an
Yeah,
undrafted
you did.
player
Yep.
coming off, a record-breaking season, and you're probably still sitting on him.
Yep.
And I think that's unfortunate because this was a real possibility. Everybody's talked about it. This running back class, I think it's 3 players that are very good. After that, I don't really like anybody. I like Trey Sermon, but after Trey Sermon, I don't like anyone. Like, legitimately, you can't make me draft a running back in Dynasty after the top 4 guys, because
Yeah,
none of them stand out to me in athleticism,
I like Michael
college
Carter.
production, and
what-
athleticism. Like,
What is the take on Robinson after what you saw last year? Before his injury, he was the fantasy RB4, and I thought when I watched him play, he looked great.
yeah, I liked him too. I don't get this at all. I mean, the Clemson connection, reuniting him with Trevor Lawrence is part of it, and I guess I understand that he was undrafted, but that's always been something that I've thought of as something that you use to be concerned whether or not someone will play, not when you look at someone who just played really well. So I don't get it. I feel like that wasn't a need, and they went out and they used a first-round pick on it. But he's a playmaker.
they needed running back depth, and I think they needed team speed. So overall, I guess ETN gets that done for you.
Yeah, he's a weapon. It's definitely a weapon.
I think there's going to be some of the, Percy Harvin, Curtis Samuel slot plays in his game this year, while they can use Robinson as more of a traditional between the tackles pounder. So it's interesting. Like, if he would have gone to the Bills, it would have been he would have had more fantasy value. Now I think he's RB 25-ish tops. And
what would that do to
Robinson's? What?
Oh, I was just gonna say, what would that do to Chenault if we're using
that too.
ETN like that?
I mean, is the assumption that Etienne out touches Robinson? I mean, is that with this pick, first-round pick, you assume that he's going to?
I have to think it's 50. I have to think it's at least a timeshare.
At least.
At least. I mean, ETN profiles as a 3-down back. I mean, he leans as someone who you use in the passing game and perhaps might be most efficient, with 12 carries a game to keep him fresh because he's so explosive. But he's somebody, he's not just a burner. He's not just a 3rd-down guy. Like, he's good enough to carry the load. So to insert him into this offense, I got to think it's at least 50-50. I got to think that. You just used a first-round pick on an electrifying player. I got to think so.
So I think about this as you head into the future and you try to learn something from I openly question why anybody would mock a running back to the Jaguars when they had found money in Robinson. Like,
Yeah.
he was a 3-down back, top 10 in yards after contact, top 10 in receiving yards per reception, yards per reception. I openly questioned it and just flat out wrong. And Pete Davidson made it, he's working for 444 for us as well. He said, and the James Robinson Dreamers get punked. New brain trust is always a concern in these situations. So the fact that they changed regimes just throws everybody's security, up in the air. Like I think this is just a bad pick. But
I agree.
I mean, first down running backs in general, I think is a bad pick, but especially when you have Robinson already. Like everybody blew it with Robinson. He should have been drafted, obviously. And he turned in a top 5 fantasy season last year.
I mean, personally, if Robinson was a prospect again in this class, after what I saw last year, he would be RB4. Like, if that's how we want to put it, like, that's how big of a miss it was. I don't even remember where I had him last year, even though he's an Indiana or Illinois State kid, which is where my wife went to school. So I should have known that one. That's on me. My bad. But man, what a big blow to his value.
All right, Brown's pick is in.
Yeah, I'm done. Quickly, Justin, the offensive line for the Jags, like how is it? Is it a conducive environment for ETN and for Trevor Lawrence too? While we've got you,
yeah, it's probably not a top 10 unit, but it falls in that no man's land right in the middle, which is it doesn't negatively or positively affect fantasy from what I've looked at. So they're pretty solid there. They're probably like a top 15 unit, top 12 unit.
Sure. We're all like waiting in bated breath, waiting for Mike to go, whoa.
Yeah.
Because he's a few seconds ahead of us. On
like he's watching ESPN, and I've been watching ESPN on like the cable feed, and he's still been seconds ahead of me every time.
Me too. I'm apparently on a delay as well, which is wild.
Because he's in Cleveland, it's faster.
Yeah. Maybe
shoots right over to him quicker.
I'm on the West Coast. Yeah,
light speed.
They've got that delay in case an F-bomb drops or something by the time it gets to the West Coast. That's what it is.
Yeah.
We'll see if Mike is thrilled or not with the Cleveland Browns. Yeah,
picks away.
Oh God, no, that's not.
There's Mike.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
Oh, it's not one of the guys I wanted.
Is it Kellen Mond? That's what I want to know.
No. Actually, you know what? I heard Greg and I immediately thought it was. I heard Greg and I thought it was Russo. It's Greg Newsome. I'm good. Fantastic. Good pick.
I love that. Yeah.
I thought it was Russo. I heard Russo, but Greg Newsome, I'm good. That's a good pick.
I love that. Pick. Yeah.
So it was not Kellen Mond.
No. It was not Kellen Mond.
Not Kellen Mond.
I mean, you look at this pick for Cleveland, and it's sort of perfect. Newsome's a guy who could play in pretty much any defensive system. He could play man or zone. He could play press man. He's lanky. He's 6'1", 190 pounds, and ran a 4.40 at his pro day. He's explosive. He can move. I thought he would go maybe a tick higher, or I thought for sure he was going to either the Saints or the Packers. So I like the pick a lot with Cleveland here. The only thing I question is did they take, after losing Larry Ogunjobi and then releasing Sheldon Richardson, did they have a bigger need at defensive tackle? But in a not deep defensive tackle class. So that's my only question here, but I love the pick. I love the fit, and I love the player, man. This is a guy from, Chicago area. So he's a baller.
I think with interior, they brought in Malik Jackson. So he's probably going to play right away. I just think the secondary can get really thin, really quick in Cleveland because this tells me they may not trust Greedy Williams, and Denzel Ward, as good as he's been, has also had some issues. So I really like this pick to kind of solidify the corner spots. I know they brought in Troy Hill. They also got John Johnson. So I think it's a good pick. I think there's some character issues that are coming out with Barmore, or just just taking plays off, or just some issues with Barmore overall? Because I mean, that a lot of people were lately, thinking Barmore was going to go to Cleveland, but I've been hearing just some issues. But
yeah, I think I haven't heard anything about character. There's been nothing reported in that way, so I guess it's just a little bit of fit, and people think maybe people think this defensive line class is a little bit better than the rest of us do. I still think it's bad after. I think there's a couple guys in the second round that are pretty interesting, but Barmore, I think is going to come off the board real soon. Now that he didn't go to Cleveland, I don't really see how New Orleans passes on him.
I think I thought I saw New Orleans liking JOK, so that'll be interesting to see if they go him.
Okay.
But we'll see. But yeah, no, I thought, like I said, I thought I heard Greg Russo. I'm like, but it was Newsome. So yeah, that's a good pick.
I think Newsome to me seems like the lunch pail kid, right? Like he just shows up and just does his job. Like he's not flashy. I think he drops and doesn't get considered with those high guys because he's not going to get the picks, but he just does his job. Just a good coverage guy. He's good in run support. I like him. I think he could probably step in and at least play the slot while they keep with Greedy Williams outside, if Greedy Williams can stay healthy. But and then I think Newsome can shift outside if they need to. So I like it too. I think it's a good pick.
I see Hill as I see Hill as the slot guy, so I see Newsome definitely going to be an outside guy. And Newsome's a good pick because now you've got Cincinnati loading up on with the wide receivers, and you have Pittsburgh with their wide receiver core. It's just pass happy league, so you need the guys that can cover the ball. So that's the guys that are going to blanket those those receivers, and then that'll give Clowney and Garrett and McKinley a chance to get to the quarterback. So good pick. Like I said, there were a couple of guys that I didn't want them to go with. They've avoided them. So another really solid offseason for the Browns, and I can't even believe I just said that.
I mean, they also got John Johnson this offseason.
Yeah, John's safety who can play everywhere.
Grant Delpit comes back from injury. Greedy back from injury. Like this it suddenly turns into maybe a strength of the team, and they do have a lot of capital invested in it. So, you got 2 former first round picks at the ends. You've got, a pretty good defensive backfield that we've talked about. So I think if you look at the Browns later in the draft, you should be looking at this interior defensive line, and then you should be looking at linebackers, because guys who can move sideline to sideline are going to be something that they can, something they can use. I mean, it's not going to hurt them to have one, even though they play a lot of sub coverage.
Yep. And even still, the Browns are in a good spot where they don't really need him. They don't need Newsome to play right away.
Yep.
So this could be a next year type of a thing, and that's fine. So Browns are in a good spot.
So John, Rashad Bateman not taken by the Browns. We are now 2 more picks between now and Green Bay. Do you know something I don't?
I see that the Ravens are the pick is in. I saw Jeff Zrebrek say that Raven fans are going to approve the pick.
Okay.
So it makes me a little worried.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's concerning. It may be, but there's still really good receivers on the board.
I gotcha. Like I'd be happy with Elijah Moore, but I think that.
But Elijah Moore is redundant with what they have right now at receiver. Like, what's the difference between Elijah Moore and Hollywood Brown?
Oh no, I'm talking. Yeah, if you're talking about the Ravens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was confused.
No, we were talking about good receivers on the board left, even if the Ravens.
Oh, sorry,
Bateman.
My bad. I was just like, yeah.
I agree. Elijah Moore. Yeah.
Ravens are taking Bateman.
Oh, so, I'm sorry, John. Are you okay?
I wasn't expecting to get him, so we will see what happens here, though, at 29 if they can get Elijah Moore. You mentioned that would be a problem for Devontae Adams moving out of the slot, but I mean the Packers need weapons.
Or honestly, I know the medical is there, but Terrace Marshall is still pretty good value and a really good player and would fit the Green Bay offense really well.
John, so when I first started mocking, I had Rondale Moore going to the Packers every single time. I do think that a slot weapon isn't the worst thing for them, because I feel like they can use the shit out of them. And if they get back to some of these old things that we saw with Randall Cobb, where he played out of the backfield, he was a true tailback. I know Aaron Jones is very good at that position, but Cobb lined up there once or twice a game, and it was dynamic. They throw him a toss. I think he's also a very good, screen option. He can develop downfield. So I really like Elijah Moore. If he were to go to the Packers, like, he'd actually move up my fantasy boards being paired with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I am 100% with you that I would have rather had Rashad Bateman.
So Bateman to the Ravens, that's good for Lamar Jackson. I don't think it's terribly good for Bateman. Obviously a problem for Marquise Brown. Not great for Mark Andrews.
I don't know that it affects Marquise Brown that much.
No?
I think he's going to do the same stuff he's been doing, where he lays goose eggs and then he goes off on other weeks.
They're just so run-oriented that you're adding a good first-round receiver to that mix. He just tends to impact the guys that are there negatively unless they increase the size of the passing pie. So
yeah, there's nowhere to go but up for their.
That's true.
For the target share for the wide receivers.
I will say Marquise Brown, and this has been mentioned. I'm not the first person to mention this, but 7th round right now in Underdog best ball formats. You got to think that ADP drops. He might become a value in best ball formats because you look for those peak weeks. And if he drops down around the 10th round or something, because people are concerned about his target share going down, might be worth a gamble as a value pick and kind of a lower end part of your best ball roster.
You only need a few usable weeks of those. If you're drafting a wide receiver in the 10th to 12th or 15th or whatever, if you get 4 usable weeks, it's like a decent value.
Yeah, in best ball, you don't have to pick which week, which is nice.
Right.
Bateman's a very good player. Like, I think he's one of the better receivers in this class. I have to knock him a little bit due to the volume of passing opportunities. Marquise Brown only saw 100 targets as the team's top option there last year. I think Bateman can get it done in the short, intermediate, and deep games, so I'm excited for that. But first off, they're going to have to, Harbaugh has basically said they're the army of the NFL. They're the Army, they're the Navy, they're the triple option, and they're not changing. Now, whether we believe that or not is really going to depend on how we project these guys going forward. And I just don't know how much more of passing volume we can add to this team and be really excited. It'd be great if they started to go with a Bills like passing and quarterback run attack, but I just don't foresee that coming.
The Saints took defensive end Peyton Turner.
Ooh, okay. People had talked about him rising. I think it's an awful pick. Peyton Turner has comped a lot to like Marcus Davenport, who they drafted 15th overall a couple years ago and traded up to do so. So, are you making a redundant pick there? They've been trying to figure out the secondary edge across from Cameron Jordan for a few years, but they haven't been able to do so. And after losing Sheldon Rankins to the Jets and also losing a good portion of their secondary in Janoris Jenkins, I wonder if a corner would have been a better pick here, but here we are.
What do you guys think?
Packers are on the clock.
Yeah, how you feeling, John? You okay?
Get nervous?
I'm not feeling good.
You're not feeling good.
I have a feeling they're going to go off the reservation and draft some position they don't need very well, very much.
Quarterback,
maybe? You got to stick to their board. If they draft a quarterback, then I might jump in the pool.
Here's the Kellen.
I might jump in the pool too. I don't even really mind. Yeah, this is Kyle Trask.
I'm sorry, John. We don't mean it. I'm sure that they'll take a shiny new toy for Aaron Rodgers to play with.
If they don't, they just are tone deaf and they don't know what's happening. Like, I mean, either that or is there a tackle or an offensive lineman that's just a stud at this point? You mentioned somebody, Anthony, that was nasty.
Oh, I
Still
think
out there?
Tevin Jenkins. Yeah, I think you can get him to play right tackle, and that wouldn't be a bad move for you. I'd actually. That they're right neck and neck, man. For me, I'm a little bit lower on Elijah Moore, big board wise. I thought there was some worrisome things about his overall height and overall lack of ability to play outside. So that pushed him down a little bit for me. I think Tevin Jenkins is. If you don't need to play him at left tackle, I think he's a very, very good right tackle. So it's a Packer pick, man. It's a Packer pick.
Yeah, he's a mauler. Jenkins is a mauler. I think he can step in right away on the right side if that's what you're looking for. I like that at all. Xavier Rodriguez says they're going to take more and try to fix that relationship for you, John. So,
yeah.
I mean, when I first heard about this thing, I was like, is he trying to force a wide receiver in the first round? That was my initial reaction. Like,
well, I think that's entirely possible because I think he's lighting a fire underneath creating chaos and putting a microscope on this draft if there wasn't already one. Kind of putting Gutekunst and the GM into a corner a little bit.
And athletes are savvy now. Like they're media savvy. They know what they're doing. They use Twitter to their advantage. They use their media contacts to their advantage. We see it happen a lot more in the NBA. But
Good pick.
Aaron Rodgers is definitely smart about that as well.
Good pick.
So Mike seems to know the pick.
Saints? Yeah, Saints. They took Peyton Turner out of Houston. So to 6'5", 289. So he will fill in the spot left open by Trey Hendrickson. Good player. If for anybody who wants to go back, I talked him up on my rookie DL podcast. Really good. He had made a leap in production in 2020 in just 4 games. Really good pass rush win rate last season. So you could tell from his leap, he definitely worked. He's workable. He's coachable. Good swim move. Aggressive hands, and really has good footwork. And he can also play inside. So I think what he can do, he can play outside, and they can go inside on sub packages. So he's not just a base defensive guy. So I think they're going to utilize him kind of all over. So I think he's got really good upside.
Staggs, I want to go back to Moore a little bit. So you've talked a little bit about Rondale Moore, and it sounds like you're not as high on Elijah. Are you a Rondale over Elijah guy?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
Rondale Moore, the production he was putting up as an 18-year-old at Purdue, while being 5'7" and whatever he weighed at the time, and squatting 600 pounds and running 4.3s, like. So sign me up for any dude that is that batshit crazy. Like, get the ball in the guy's hands, and he's likely to score from anywhere on the field. Like, I do see some of that and more, but or in Elijah, excuse me. It's a lot harder with a more on more conversation.
More on more, yeah.
That's what we're gonna. If my name was Josh Moore, that's what I would have named my podcast. But
nice.
Here we are.
Does everybody have the screenshot button ready to capture John's reaction here?
When he vomits.
It's to think about that.
Throws up on the screen.
It says the pick is in. Whoever catches it first, because we all know my stream apparently is the slowest one here.
It's Eric Stokes.
Oh, so they went that route. They went defense.
Yeah. With Eric Stokes, I mean, he's a 4.29 corner. He's
exactly
a little bit
what Rodgers was asking for.
He's a little bit of measurables over actual production, but he went to a premium, SEC school. I'm just trying to keep it together for John.
I'm sorry, John. At least it's a guy who can contribute immediately. Like he's somebody who will play. which is good, right?
Corner was a need. I don't know why you do this after giving Kevin King $6 million.
True.
You could have signed Antonio Brown if you want to be crazy. He signed for $3 million up to $6 million with his deal for that. If you're going to draft a cornerback, so I mean it's definitely a need given what happened last year, especially late in the season. I knew it was. They were probably not even going to draft a receiver. They just don't, and I don't know what the thinking is in terms of your quarterback is throwing a fit, and maybe he shouldn't be throwing a fit. Maybe he should be. I don't know. You tell me. But what are you doing?
Yeah, I will say, corner doesn't seem deep to me this year, and Anthony's a little probably better versed on the depth of this class than I am on the defensive side of the ball. But corner doesn't seem as deep to me. It doesn't seem like you have like a Jamel Dean or anybody like this in this class that you can snatch on day 3 and expect to turn into a starter. Whereas receiver, it's like 20 receivers in this draft that look like they could be at least starting slot receivers, early on. So maybe Green Bay just looked and said he's the last corner on our board.
Well, we'll see what they do tomorrow in rounds 2 and 3. I mean, I went into last year's second round pick thinking, they could. There's some good receivers. They could draft a receiver here, and then they end up taking a running back. So it's always this. Oh, they could make up for it tomorrow. Now maybe they get a great receiver in the second round or the third round, and it works out. But I don't know.
I think they have Ray Farmer in the fold because Ray Farmer, when he was with Cleveland, hated receivers too. So this just is. I that's my theory is that the Packers have Ray Farmer in the office somehow, and he's just telling him, no, we don't take receivers.
And so it's just going to be another 12 hours of 24 hours of 20 hours of Rodgers is despondent. Bears fans are going to be spiking the football. I can see Jeff Hicks doing it right now. They are having the time of their shot. They're having the time of their life.
It's really good.
Josh got a really good screenshot.
I mean, so Eric Stokes, people are asking Eric Stokes over Asante Samuel Jr. And I feel like that's a fair question to ask. Stokes does have a little more length. So if they're outright trying to replace Kevin King, I think that's a plus. He jumped out of the gym. He ran a 4.34. Everything you like. Oh, well, now I just got a text alert that says Urban Meyer says we'll use Travis Etienne as a third down back. And that just made me mad. So sorry for stopping my train of thought there. But,
well, Stokes looks like a little bit more of a, he can play outside. He looks a little more versatile. Like Samuel's a slot guy. That's who Samuel is. So
I think he's a slot guy plus. But Stokes probably is more comfortable from day one playing the outside. And, with King, Tom Brady just looked his way on every single play in that playoff game, found where Kevin King was lined up, and threw to Kevin King. So I think you have to get away from that immediately if you want to be successful on defense.
I mean, I think from my perspective, it's just a sign that perhaps the relationship is unsalvageable, and the Packers know that they are moving on, and they're no longer going to try to please him if they were ever trying to please him. So that to me, like I thought that if they came out and got a receiver, a weapon, or maybe offensive line with this first pick, and then the other, receiver or offensive line with the second pick, that was showing the commitment in order to keep them. So I think we're at a point now where the writing is on the wall that this relationship isn't going to be healed anytime soon.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport just tweeted with the Packers and Aaron Rodgers at odds in a very public way. Green Bay takes a cornerback, obviously, and I love how the media just fuels this, just fans, just taking every opportunity they can to try and kind of do that. I don't know. I don't know what to make of. I would think that Green Bay would do that, whether it's Rondale Moore, who really looks like he could fill that Randall Cobb role, just kind of taking. Because you can get him the ball in such a variety of ways. That would have been really, really nice.
Who's going to be there at the end of the second round?
Some of these receivers are going to fall. So we could see any of these top guys be there, I would say. Anthony, who would you project if you were thinking Green Bay was looking receiver in the second round?
I think a lot of these guys, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, I think are going to go earlier in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guess, you could be looking at like an Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Tylan Wallace type.
Tutu Atwell, maybe?
If you're drafting Tutu Atwell, you might as well just fire Gutekunst now, man. Like, I don't think you draft 155-pound receivers. Like,
okay,
I would never do it. Like, I don't care if he ran a 4 flat. Like, that's it. Like, no.
Okay, what about Anthony Schwartz then? I'll get off the light guy. I know he's not big, but he's bigger and still lightning.
I like Anthony Schwartz. I think he's he's a burner who can do some things, but I just don't know if a vertical stretch element is what Rodgers needs. I think he needs some diversity. Like, because MVS is a vertical stretch, Devontae Adams is an underneath. Like, who can do something different for this offense?
Mm-hmm. Dwayne Eskridge.
Yeah, that's Justin's guy, Dwayne Eskridge. He's a burner too.
I thought you were saying that was the pick, and I was gonna lose my mind.
that would be
that would be early. Dwayne Eskridge in the first round.
I'm here for it.
Buffalo Bills on the clock right now. Do you think any chance Javonte Williams here to kind of blow up people's Zach Moss and Devin Singletary stock?
I mean, I doubt it. They want a home run hitter. I don't really see that as Javonte Williams' game.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I'm Buffalo, now I'm looking at, can I get a guy who's falling and Tevin Jenkins, slot him in at one of my tackle spots? Or, do I go a different route and add an edge defender because I've got a 33-year-old, Jerry Hughes as my lead edge defender and not much depth behind him. They've been trying to solve that problem. Or a second corner across from Trey White.
Boy, JOK would be great in this spot. Mike, how do you like that fit considering Tremaine Edmonds is probably on his way out after next year? And they just re-signed Matt Milano, but that's probably one of the only spots on the defense they could use help is at linebacker. Would JOK?
Well, they went Gregory Russo, so they went edge.
So credit Anthony, who just said they'd probably go after a pass rusher.
Yeah, I think Russo is going to need some development. He was one of the guys that probably maybe shouldn't have opted out, but he's raw, but he's got a really good frame. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Carlos Dunlop, but he is a good edge rusher. From his 2019, definitely not afraid of being blocked, not afraid of contact, has good length. But again, still raw, still coming in as a rusher. This year, it'll be interesting to see what kind of playing time he'll get with Jerry Hughes and Addison. But we'll see. He'll develop, and maybe not a whole lot of value this year, but maybe getting in the next. But they'll take the chances.
Might be a good spot for him then, getting a year. Mm-hmm. And Anthony, Tevin Jenkins, Baltimore's on the clock. They just traded Orlando Brown. I mean,
if I'm them, I still probably just take an edge rusher.
Okay.
But I'll be surprised if I'm color me shocked if Tevin Jenkins just doesn't go in the first round. But I guess we've seen this from guys who are, projected as right tackles only. We saw a fall from Juwan Taylor last year, who fell into the second round into the Jaguars.
Although that was medical too, but yeah. but I'm with you.
I've got to tell you, I don't have access to medical files, so there could be something flagging Jenkins as well that we don't know about. So whenever people are, falling like this, when many people think they were going, 15 to 20, I tend to think medical, but I'd have to go back and see what's said. But Russo is a guy I really, really like. When I originally ran everything, I had him as a top 10 prospect in this draft. But then I went back and looked at everything, and he just picks up a lot of team sacks. Like, he doesn't have an established pass rush move. He cleans up after guys getting pushed up into him. So Phillips would come around the corner, quarterback would try taking off, boom, sack for Russo as the guy steps up. He also played a lot on the interior and isn't really a pure edge player. So there's some interesting dynamics that go on with him, but he's still a 6'7", 267-pound defensive end with length who can, who's barely 20 years old or is just 20 years old, who can do a lot of things, man. This is a guy I'm excited for. And I think with, maybe if he played last year, we'd be talking about him a lot higher.
Okay. So if you were going edge rusher here and you were Baltimore, would it be Ojulari? Is that who you would go after?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Ojulari, definitely seems like such a Ravens pick, and that just angers me.
The Browns fan. So, Justin, do you think they need to go tackle here to replace Orlando Brown, or do the Ravens have a strong enough unit that they can get by despite trading him?
No, I think they should attack it if they can here. They did. Samuel Cosme is still out here as well. He's kind of he's known more for pass protection than run blocking, but you can't run the ball all the time, right? Is that how that goes?
They're threatening to. That's definitely
trying real hard. But they have a couple pretty solid options here. And I guess they could wait and see what's left for them. I don't know what they have in the second round. I assume it's also a late pick.
So I'm looking at our Dynasty rookie mock that we did not too terribly long ago. Travis Etienne went number 1, Jamar Chase 2, Najee Harris 3, and then Devontae Smith and Kyle Pitts. So in a one running back, like, how far does Travis Etienne drop in a one running back rookie mock? Justin, I know you're a Dynasty guy. Where are you looking at Travis Etienne? Whereas before in those one running back, when we thought maybe he'd be a Jet or a Falcon, he was going top 3. How far down that list is he falling for you?
I think he's probably still in the top 3, even with that little tidbit we heard earlier that he was just going to spell Carlos Hyde. I think that's bullshit.
Well, they're calling him a third down back already.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe they don't want to get his head too big, but I think in Dynasty, I still think he's the top 3. Najee solidifies himself as the 101, but we kind of thought that he was going to go to the Steelers anyway, so I don't think anything changes from him being the top there. Chase went to Cincinnati like we thought he would. I don't know. I think it's still probably like Najee and then Chase or Etienne, depending on what your roster looks like.
And what if Javonte Williams goes top of the second round to the Jets or the Falcons? Does Javonte Williams catapult up in that Najee Harris territory?
I think so. I think at least the mocks that I'm looking at from the beginning of March, Javonte Williams is going in like the 108, the 110 range. So I would think he's a top 6 pick if he goes to a decent spot.
Sure. Do you think we'll see Javonte Williams' name called in these last couple picks here, Anthony, or do you think we have to wait till tomorrow?
I think you're waiting until tomorrow, but weird to think. I mean, Baltimore's not taking him, right? But Tampa, I guess. Tampa's the only team that gets to make a luxury pick this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see how they make that luxury pick. I get that all their running backs contracts expire after this year, but I flat out don't care. Like they should take a guy like Tryon or if Aziz Ojulari is still around, just figure it out. Just take one of these guys. I mean, we talk about your great defensive line, but Ndamukong Suh's on the older side. You could take Christian Barmore. JPP's 33 years old. You could take a guy like that, Aziz Ojulari. Even though their defense.
If the rest of the draft kind of plays out the way we think it is, seeing Owusu Koromoa fall out of the first round was not something I envisioned.
No,
I thought he'd go top 20. I thought for sure. I think he was mocked to Washington and Miami and all kinds of different spots, all in the top 20 range.
I still think NFL teams are confused about how to use these linebackers.
These linebackers, safety, almost these hybrids. Yeah, and it's like, but you've got a good. He's a football player. You watch him and he can play football.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But NFL teams seem to be confused about how to use these dudes.
Yeah.
And it's sort of puzzling to me. But with the rise of more of these 3 safety sets, I think there's a chance for these guys to continue to grow. But it's something I need to watch a little bit more of in the future here. But I think the Ravens... if the Ravens wanted to trade back here, I wouldn't even blame them because you still got Trayvon Moehrig on the board, who I like as a fit for them.
Yeah,
you've still got Aziz Ojulari. You got Christian Barmore.
Jason Uwa.
Okay.
They took Owe.
Yeah.
And that guy's a god. He's another freak. 254 pounds and 4.33.
Yeah.
Like, he's like an athletic marvel. Like, if that's what you want to risk a 31st pick on, I have no problems with that. Especially when you traded away a guy who was going to end up leaving eventually here in free agency. Like, you extracted value. You did. The Ravens are still one of the best run organizations out there.
Every year they seem to come out with value.
Yes. Well, he ran a 4.33 that they adjusted to a 4.36 apparently.
Really, he's got really good size.
That's ridiculous.
He chases down running backs. He's quick. Has a good get off the ball, gets off the snap, good swim, gets inside. I think he's gonna hopefully he'll get that edge designation, but he'll probably get a linebacker designation. So if you're he'll be a big play specialist.
They've had incredible athletes come out of that, especially on the defense. Like Cam Brown came out, was it last year, the year before? I mean, he was much more raw than Owe is, but another just physical specimen, just a massive athlete. So,
Penn State's strength coordinator is by far the best in the nation.
Yeah,
I just like that on the record. Like, look at the dudes he's put out. Like,
absolutely,
it's insane.
Even the running backs, like Miles Sanders is a great athlete. Saquon Barkley, we know. Just incredible.
No matter the position, you could point out a dude who went to Penn State who is like an athlete, bro. Like these guys lift, these guys run. They're putting out strength and speed specimens like no one else in the league.
So Randy Bretza wants N'Keal Harry to be traded to the Green Bay Packers for a 4th round pick. John, how would you feel about the trade route and kind of taking on a reclamation project?
No, I don't know.
No.
I mean, I haven't given any thought. I don't think N'Keal Harry is the answer.
Is N'Keal Harry any different than Allen Lazard?
I mean, I don't mind Lazard. I think Lazard and MVS are fine as 3 and 4 guys. They need a 2. Like, they need a bona fide 2. That could potentially be a 1, when Devontae moves on or retires or whatever. Like, that's what they need. And they're actually in pretty good shape if they could get 1 receiver, because they got Tanya now, and he's not bad at all as a receiving tight end. And I don't think MBS and
good pick.
I don't think MVS and Lazard are bad. I just don't
What
think
was
that
the
either
pick?
one of them is suitable for number 2 job.
They went Joe Tryon.
Tryon. Love that. I mean, he's another size, speed freak who sat out 2020 and has all the size and measurables you want for an edge and can sit. Like he's going to be a situational pass rusher, but down the line he could pay off in spades.
Yeah, he saw a lot of, watching some of his 2019. I remember seeing double teams and still was able to get through. So he's definitely not going to let blockers get to him. Takes a good straight line to the quarterback. I think defensive coordinators are going to like using him. I know they used him he got used a few times on stunts so he can get inside. But again, I think he's going to be a big play guy. So if you're in a big play scoring format, that's where you'll target him. I don't think you're going to want to target him in the like balance or tackle heavy formats. And I think he's one of those guys. If you can adjust your positions and have him dual eligible, or you're going to want to target him as an edge.
So that's the last pick of the draft. So we had 5 quarterbacks go. We had 1 tight end go. We had 2 running backs go. We had 3 wide receivers in the top 10 and 5 overall in the first round. So not really any shocking developments. I think some people thought maybe we'd see Terrace Marshall, Rondell Moore go off the board, Elijah Moore, maybe 6 or 7 receivers. Some people were kind of thinking maybe 6 quarterbacks, but I think most people thought 5 was a reasonable amount. What do you think, Anthony?
Yeah. Every year there's a Davis Webb or one of these guys who gets hyped up as a potential backup first-round quarterback, and it just doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
The only way we were seeing that is if a team like Chicago got desperate, but they ended up making what I feel like is a pretty solid trade up for Justin Fields, getting him at 11. So I think a lot of these quarterbacks ended up in pretty good spots for their fantasy prospectus. I'm excited to see that. The only receiver I felt that got buried here was Kadarius Toney. Everybody else felt like they landed in pretty decent spots. Maybe Rashad Bateman with Baltimore, just because of the volume of that pass game. Travis Etienne seems to be a player on the downturn because of a third down back, James Robinson, Carlos Hyde, a little bit more crowded backfield than we thought. Wheels up for Kyle Pitts. I mean, that's where I think we're at for fantasy players, at least.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Absolutely. Everyone have a favorite pick? My favorite pick tonight is Kwity Paye. I think Kwity Paye, explosive, exciting opportunity there with the Colts. He fits that defense, going to play early. They need a pass rusher. He's my favorite pick. I thought he had top 10 talent. He wasn't really mocked in the top 10, but I thought like as far as his ceiling, I think his top 10 talent level. So Kwity Paye, my favorite pick of the night. Anybody else have a favorite pick?
Trey Lance.
I'd say Jamin Davis.
Trey Lance for the 49ers is Justin. Jamin Davis, the linebacker for Washington. That's a great fit. Anthony, do you have a favorite pick?
Rashawn Slater, Los Angeles Chargers.
Just a perfect fit there, right? Just
Absolutely.
a perfect fit. John, any favorite pick for you?
Eric Stokes, fantastic.
Nice.
Fantastic guy. Love
my new favorite player.
Hey, on the Eric Stokes conversation, between the 4for4 betting articles and the Move the Line podcasts, I hit a ton of draft props today. I almost swept just based solely off of 4for4 articles and Move the Line. So Eric Stokes was under 45.5. So good for Green Bay for going 20 picks higher than needed.
I don't think you're helping, Justin. I don't think you're helping. Thanks everyone for listening again. Thank you all. It was really fun. Make sure you go to 4for4.com/underdog. Use the promo code 4for4 to receive $25 at Underdog's play all the awesome best ball tournaments they have coming up. We will be back tomorrow for another fantastic run at this. 2 rounds tomorrow, the second and third round. And then on day 3, I will be updating an article frantically all day for those dorks out there like me who are interested in what happens on day 3 of the draft and the fantasy implications. Check out Anthony Staggs' top 150 for who the top players are available going into tomorrow. And we will see you tomorrow. Thanks so much, everyone.